There we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are streaming live and rolling.
Great. Good evening. It is Tuesday, October 13th, 2020. It is 5:30 p.m. This is the regular meeting of the City of Morro Bay City Conference being held via teleconference. Madam Clerk, will you please establish a quorum for us?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Councilmember Addis?
Here.
Councilmember Davis?
I am present.
Councilmember Heller?
Here.
Councilmember McPherson?
I am here as well.
And Mayor Heading.
Present, thank you. So we do have a quorum. I will call the meeting to order and ask that in your own way that you would observe a moment of silence, please. Thank you. And if you'll stand and join me, and we'll get the flag up and have the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We are back live. Pursuant to Section 3 of Executive Order N29-20, issued by Governor Newsom on March 17th, 2020, this meeting will be conducted telephonically through Zoom and broadcast live on cable channel 20 and streamed on the city website. Please be advised that pursuant to the executive order and to ensure the health and safety of the public by limiting human contact that could spread the COVID-19 virus, the Veterans Hall will not be open for the meeting. In order to prevent and mitigate the effects of COVID-19 pandemic and to eliminate the potential spread within the city of Morro Bay, in accordance with this order, the city will not make available a physical location from which members of the public may observe the meeting and offer public comment. However, instructions regarding public comment will be placed on the screen by the clerk at the appropriate time. You may call in via the phone number on the agenda, or you may join us live via the Zoom broadcast. Thank you. With that, I will move to any closed session report. Mr. Niermeyer?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. No closed session items to report tonight.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. That'll bring us to mayor and council member reports. Yesterday, I'll start. Yesterday, city council members, staff, and the water reclamation facility project team members and myself took a moment to safely tour the WRF facility construction site. And I must say, it probably was the hottest day of the year there. I was amazed at the significant progress that was made on the site. The tour also reminded me of how proud I am of the work done by the city and community to bring this much needed project to fruition. Through years of dedication, analysis, public input, and advisory board and council deliberation, we selected the South Bay site to deliver a new wastewater treatment plant that will finally make us compliant with important state federal water quality requirements. By meeting these requirements, we can avoid paying up to a $50,000 per month fine, and just as important, protect our ocean and estuary. This same project will deliver recycled water that will protect Morro Bay against droughts and offset up to 80% of our future drinking water needs. All of this while maintaining competitive water and sewer rates with our neighboring communities, thanks to the support that we received from the EPA WIFIA loan. The WIFI alone saves us approximately $900,000 a year in debt payments, and over the life of the project, $29 million. I personally want to thank staff and the WRF team members for continuing their work to finalize an agreement with the California State Revolving Fund to bring a $5 million grant to the city and another low-interest loan to the community, which may allow us to reduce how much you and I pay for our water and sewer bills. As the old saying goes, nothing worth doing is easy. This is true for the WRF. They have had some challenges getting the construction going and faced opposition from some members of the community. But we've worked hard and diligently to get this project moving forward for our community, and I'm incredibly proud of the men and women of our city staff and WRF team that are making it a reality. I look forward to 2022 when this critical project is complete, and I hope we all can soon open the WRF site up for a public ceremony to honor all of those agencies, community members, advisory board members, council members, mayors, and staff that made this critical project a reality. Secondly, I also had the opportunity to virtually attend the League of Cities annual meeting this past week. This is the first time that they have had this meeting via webinar. It was interesting. It actually worked quite well. I wanted to report on one session that I think is critically important, not only to our community, but every community across the state of California. This was a session on the current status of CalPERS, the State Retirement Fund. During the seminar, it was noted that CalPERS California revenue decreased by 9.9% this past year. Their targeted return on investment for the 1920, that is 2019 and 2020 fiscal year, was 7%. And their actual rate return was only 4.7%. The rate of 4.7% falls well below the target. And the only reason they were able to achieve a 4.7% rate of return was because their bond portfolio earned about 12.5% due to interest rates declining to 0%. That will not repeat itself next year. These losses used to be amortized or spread over 30 years, but are now being spread only over 20 years, therefore decreasing the amount of dollars that have to be paid over a shorter period of time. This is the second consecutive year of not meeting the target, and it is estimated that this next fiscal year, CalPERS will also not make their target of a 7% return. That places California cities like Morro Bay in a difficult position. CalPERS board has not reduced their assumption of 7% return, but according to the information presented at this seminar, they may soon be decreasing their estimated rate from 7% to 6.75%, possibly even to 6.5% over the long run. Some in government feel that that is even an inflated number. The governor is pushing also for funds to be divested from fossil fuel stocks. And the CalPERS fund has made significant dollars off of these kinds of stocks. Therefore, if there is divestment of these stocks out of that fund, it could further decrease the opportunity for CalPERS to significantly improve its current fiscal status. The bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, is that we will be discussing with staff the need to reevaluate our position with CalPERS and perhaps can anticipate increased costs even sooner than expected due to decreases in financial returns for CalPERS. So sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but we predicted it a couple of years ago, and it's coming true as we speak. Thank you. With that, I'll move to Councilmember McPherson. Any announcements, please?
Pardon me, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry. You had a click or a tapping noise. Were you aware of that, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I think I just fixed it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Okay. I do not have any announcements myself, but I just want to thank you for making the announcement about the water reclamation facility. It was really thrilling to tour the site yesterday, and we really appreciate all the work that's been done on it. So thank you for mentioning that.
Absolutely. Councilmember Davis, any announcements, sir?
Yes, sir, I do. Thank you. Tonight, I want to recognize the employees of one of our longtime business institutions, the people who work at Rite Aid. I received an email from my friend Sandra Santoyane. Sandra noted the action of one particular employee at Rite Aid. When I contacted that employee, I was told to keep the person's name anonymous because, quote, every employee receives the same training and they all react the same way. So I'm editing Sandra's email to protect that anonymity. And this is what Sandra wrote to me. We've all heard about the gift card scam, but I saw it attempted yesterday. Around 9:30 a.m. on Monday, I was waiting to check out at Rite Aid. An older gentleman wearing a baseball cap with a military patch was at the counter with a bunch of gift cards. I looked up when the clerk asked him why he was buying so many gift cards. I heard the customer say something, then heard the clerk tell him that it was a scam. Don't do it, the clerk said. The customer said something about trusting the clearinghouse and the prize. The clerk repeated the warning several times. When the man still persisted, the clerk called for the manager, and the manager walked up as I was leaving, as Sandra was leaving. Sandra says, I heard the clerk explain the situation and the manager strongly repeating the scam warning. The customer's old gray car was parked next to mine, and he walked out after me with no gift cards in his hands. Thanks to two well-prepared and caring people, this man was not scammed. And that's the end of Sandra's email. And so I just want to say a public thank you to the employees of Rite Aid for caring about their customers. And thank you, Sandra, for reporting this to me and to the police department. And secondly, I want to thank the members of Morro Bay and Bloom for their work this past weekend decorating the roundabout for the fall season. Walter Heath and his Bloomies spend many hours every week creating beauty spots throughout the city, and I want to publicly acknowledge their work and thank them for it. And last, I will have office hours this coming Saturday, October 17th, from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. at the Giant Chessboard after I do my weekly litter pickup. Everyone is invited to come and talk to me about any subject. Please wear a face covering. Thank you. Those are all my announcements.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Let's go to Councilmember Addis, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Good to see everybody. No new announcements other than I very much enjoyed yesterday getting to tour the new water reclamation facility, and I'm super excited for Morro Bay to have long-term water security. So thank you to all of the staff and workers out there who put that together for us.
Thank you, Councilmember. And let's go to Councilmember Heller, please.
Yes, here I am. Thank you, Mayor. Main announcement I have to make, in addition to the mayor, I attended the League of California Cities annual conference last week virtually and tuned into a variety of workshops Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of last week, all of which were very informative. For those of you who are interested in how cities work and you want to learn more about municipal finance or just about anything that cities do and what the legal requirements are and the structure that we work in, I highly recommend leagueofcaliforniacities.org website. Enormous amount of information, very useful and very friendly to the layman. So if you're interested, please check it out. One of the most interesting sessions that I attended has to do with organic waste. And most of you know I'm very interested in trash and waste and what we're going to do with it all and in the future. There's some legislation passed in Sacramento a couple of years ago that raises a very high bar in how we're going to process our organic waste. It's under SB 1383, SB 1383. Very interesting topic, and I would like to bring it forward as a future agenda item at the end of this meeting because there's a lot of information, and I hope to be able to present some of that to you in the future. Those are my announcements. Thank you.
Thank you for that report, and I've always found the League of Cities very informative, so thank you for attending and piggybacking on my comments. With that, I'll turn to Mr. Collins, our city manager, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and council members and members of the community. I wanted to acknowledge tonight the upcoming departure of our wonderful, supremely talented and kind finance director / acting public works director / public information officer, Jen Calloway. She will be taking over the reins of the town manager position for Truckee, California at the end of this month. We are in the process of securing short-term assistance in the finance department, and utilities division manager Joe Mueller will take over the acting public works director duties upon her departure. Jen joined the city in 2017 around the same time I started. She immediately jumped in and helped the city right the ship financially, drafting financial policies, pension reform ideas, financial transparency efforts launched, supporting expansion of the utility discount program, progressing the water reclamation facility rate study and Prop 218 process, navigating COVID-19 financially and operationally, taking the helm of public works, and helping shape and help shape an encouraging message for our community during these very dark and challenging times through the various hero programs and other efforts. The list goes on and on. These accomplishments that Jen have made are significant, but perhaps her greatest achievement in my mind while serving the city and our community was making staff and our community members feel valued, cared for, and appreciated. As the late Maya Angelou was fond of saying, I've learned that people forget what you said, people forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. And Jen, on behalf of all city employees, we will never forget you because you made each of us feel important and part of something bigger than ourselves. And we are very proud of you and thank you for your service. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Scott, and I'm sure we're all going to echo those sentiments regarding Jen. I see hands clapping. Jen, we appreciate your service to our community for righting a ship that was in great need of being righted financially, for your award-winning performance, including your staff, and also for your great teamwork and camaraderie and team building within an organization that went through a pandemic, major financial crisis, and I don't think I've ever once not seen you smile through it. So we're going to miss you greatly, and I'm just going to add those comments myself, and I'm sure all of the council members feel the same. With that, I will move to presentations. With us tonight, I have on the screen Sandra Gresham. She is Director of Development and Communications for Stand Strong. And we are going to present to her a proclamation of the City of Morro Bay City Council declaring October 2020th as Domestic Violence and Awareness Month. And do we have Sandra?
Right here.
Oh, great, Sandra. Okay, just want to make sure you can hear me.
I can. Thank you so much.
Great. And whereas domestic violence, also known as intimate partner violence, is a systematic pattern of abuse, abusive behavior to gain control and control through the use of physical violence, sexual violence, threats, and or emotional abuse used by one intimate partner against another. And whereas an average of 20 people per minute are physically abused by intimate partners in the United States, which equates for 10 million abuse victims annually, whereas approximately 40% of California women experience physical intimate partner violence in their lifetimes, while 1 in 3 female murder victims in the United States are killed by intimate partners, whereas Stand Strong provided a variety of prevention and direct services to intimate partner violence victims last year, including assisting over 939 clients, providing 3,175 nights of shelter to clients, and responding to 527 crisis calls. And whereas intimate partner violence has a significant economic impact, as it is estimated that 8 million days of work are lost nationwide yearly as a result of intimate partner violence, and whereas families who experience intimate partner violence are 40% more likely to become homeless, and whereas we recognize the survivors and victims of intimate partner violence embody incredible strength and resilience to overcome trauma and abuse to build lives free of violence, and now therefore be it resolved that the City of Morro Bay City Council designates October 2020 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and urges all citizens to observe this month by becoming aware of the tragedy of intimate partner violence, by supporting those who are working toward its end, and by participating in community awareness efforts. Signed by myself as mayor. And Sandra, we so appreciate the work that you do and want to offer you a minute or so just to respond and give comment.
Thank you so much. I do have a few comments. So thank you, Mayor, council members, and members of the community. My name is Sandra Gresham, and I'm Director of Development and Communications for Stand Strong in San Luis Obispo. We were formerly known as the Women's Shelter Program and then rebranded in 2017 because we're serving more than just women. And we offer more than just emergency shelter now. So for 41 years, our nonprofit has served all of SLO County, survivors of domestic violence and their children who love them. Our services have grown from the late 70s from one emergency shelter to now we have a 24/7, 365 days a year crisis line with free translation, including American Sign Language, 10 units of transitional housing. We have 5 units of housing in the city of SLO and 5 in Grover Beach. We offer free legal assistance, counseling. We have Latina services, trauma counseling for children, and domestic violence prevention programs. All these services are offered at no cost to our clients. And I will say we've seen a sharp increase during COVID time in the need for our services. Many of our program areas have seen client needs double or even triple. So compared to the same time last year, we are working really hard to keep up with this increased demand. And since October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, you might wonder how you could help victims if you encounter them and to help raise awareness about the work that we do. First of all, if someone tells you, confides in you, that they are being hurt by a partner or spouse or ex, believe them. You'd be surprised how long it takes some survivors to build the courage, move past the stigma, and speak up, and then they're ignored, ridiculed, or just not believed. So believing a victim or a survivor or a child is the first step. In SLO County, you can provide them with our contact information. They can get immediate help and referrals. We have community partners like that will swoop in and move victims and their families out in the middle of the night if that's what it takes. We also have ways to help them safety plan to make a safe exit from an abusive situation at some point in the future. So we offer a lot of resources to victims and survivors. Our crisis line is also an information line. So if you guys wanted any further information about how to help someone or the breadth of our services, you could call our number, which I wish I had on screen. It is 805-781-6400. You could also visit our website at standstrongnow.org. And our website has a safety exit feature so that if someone in an abusive situation goes to the website to look for information and resources, they can click out of it and their abuser is unable to trace that they have been seeking help. You can also get information on our website and follow us on our socials on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram for information, updates, special events, and you could help spread our good message of hope and resources by liking and sharing or retweeting our posts. Of course, another really important way to support Stand Strong is through volunteering and supporting our work through monthly or annual donations. Donations and grant funding are essential to sustaining our work, and funding is always needed, and particularly now that the need has increased so greatly. So on behalf of the victims and their children that we serve, thank you so much for this recognition and of our services. Thank you.
Thank you again, Sandra, for being here. And please extend to the remainder of your staff our thanks for the fact that they're doing great work in a very important area of concern, as you said, especially now with the increase in these kinds of actions during this pandemic. I'm going to repeat it for you since you didn't have it on the screen. The phone number to call is 805-781-6400. That's 805-781-6400. Thank you again for being here this evening, and have a great night.
Thank you. You guys too. Bye now.
So with that, we'll go ahead and move to presentation of our Business Heroes Awards. We started the program last month, awarding 4 local businesses for outstanding service. And I think we do have a video, if I'm not incorrect, Mr. Collins, that you're going to play for us.
Yes, bear with me just one moment.
There you go.
Staff really trying to keep that customer business of it, that. And I think we just take a lot of pride in how we maintain these sites, our buildings, and everything else. But we have a lot of work ahead of us, but I still feel very positive about the future.
Well, thank you, B, for being an exemplary business on the Apartment Bureau, not only exemplifying excellent food, but also great customer service and a commitment to our community that's been so important. So on behalf of the city, Paul, I am happy to present you with the Morro Bay Business Hero Award.
Thank you very
Display
much.
that proudly.
I will.
And thanks again for all you do for the community.
Absolutely. I just want to say that, being a hero, it's not so much me, but I think, again, it goes to my employees. They're the ones that are, really on the front line. And then all the other businesses that are struggling, from the city to the county to the state to the nation. So, again, we're fortunate to be here. But thank you, and I really appreciate everything.
Thank you, Paul. And good morning. We are here to visit our second award-winning business, Dealer's Choice. And I have the owner, Matt Fines. Matt, welcome. Thanks for being here. You have a couple staff members here for
These are the people that actually make the place run. This is Daniel and Bryson Fensky, and they're here all the time, and they're always available for any type of questions that you may have or anything that we can do to help you at all. So,
gentlemen, great to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So Matt, when did you guys get the concept about opening up in Morro Bay? When was that?
I think Daniel's been working on this place for about 2.5 years. It took us quite some time to get the landlord and the city and everybody on board, but now that we're here, we are so happy to be here and really enjoy being part of this great community.
Great. It's great to have you here. And you sell primarily used autos?
All used autos, motorcycles, van, buses, boats. I don't think that we're partial to what we sell, but yeah, we do definitely specialize in a lot of the vans that people make into campers.
And have you guys had any specific challenges with COVID-19 that have impacted the business? And by the way, how is business in the midst of this pandemic?
I think we've been super blessed, and yes, of course, we've had our challenges, and it has been difficult and a little bit of change in the way that we do things, but we're trying to accommodate everybody no matter what the conditions.
Well, this award is the Business Hero Award, and it's for businesses that provide outstanding customer service, who have been recognized, and the city has heard that there's something good going on here. As a result of that, we go out on a monthly basis and just like to recognize businesses that exemplify, quality, customer service, and what we value in Morro Bay. So it's great on my part as mayor to be able to present the whole team with this month's Morro Bay Business Hero Award, Dealer's Choice. Come out, check them out, Monday through Saturday, 9 to 6. They'll be here whenever you need them.
Always, yeah.
And I'm part of the city, Matt. Thanks so much, and wear this and display this proudly.
I will, and I'm going to hand off to the guys that actually made this happen. So
great.
Thank you.
Well, we appreciate you guys very much.
Right. Thank you.
Good morning. We're here with our third business hero on a Chamber of Commerce Day in beautiful Morro Bay. I'm with Mr. Tim Cowan, owner of Pizza Port. Excuse me, a little hard with these masks these days. Tim, great to be here to recognize you. Can you tell us a little bit, Tim, about some of the challenges and what you've done to accommodate and continue business?
Owners of restaurants and retail stores and any business during this time, I think we've all had to reinvent ourselves daily. It's been pretty exhausting, I'll be completely honest with you, but the true heroes are my employees on the front line. I got to say, they're the heroes that kept us going, and I'm just blessed to be able to continue to provide jobs even through the first month, the second month when we were closed and then opened 25%, and then just outdoor seating. Had some knee-jerk responses, and we just had to respond and excel through that. But just things like redoing my yard, putting up glass barriers, PPE for employees and for customers that don't have it, face mask, gloves, people that require and would like that, freestanding sanitation stands, and just the protocols of having an extra employee virtually every single shift on is very costly, but it's necessary, and it's something that we, first of all, it's protecting my employees, and then secondly, the public. If I protect employees, then I am protecting the public.
So I had the pleasure about a month ago, the Chamber had a
walkthrough of various businesses that were exemplary with regard to their compliance to COVID-19 protocols. And Tim, your business is a wonderful example of great signage on the outside, with protocols internally that you designed to keep people safe and comply with the guidelines are fantastic. And then you've redone this beautiful garden as well, and what a great place to come and have pizza, have a cool drink, and talk to a great owner and a great staff. Well, I, on part of the city, have the honor of presenting you with the Morro Bay Business Hero Award. This is for businesses that the city recognizes as having exemplary customer service, excellent compliance with COVID-19 protocols, and who are just sold out for providing a great quality experience and product, not only to the locals, but also to those that visit the city. So on behalf of the city, display it proudly. You've earned it. We're proud of you, and continue to do what you do and provide great service and great product. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm honored, and this is a privilege, and I want to thank you, and I want to thank the city, and from the mayor to Scott and manager, as well as the council, for the support that you've given us small business through this pandemic. And as we've all had to react, you've done and taken some measures to help us stay in business. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning again. I'm here with our fourth business being recognized for the Business Hero Program, Albertsons here in Morro Bay. This is Gary Bueller. He is the store director. Gary, welcome. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here today and allowing us to recognize your organization for superior customer service. This program is about businesses that contribute to the community, and I know that Albertsons, when the pandemic first hit, there was a great need in the community for the distribution of food, and Albertsons really helped us meet some of the goals and needs of the community by donating foodstuffs and supplies, and we just want to thank you so much for that. The pandemic has obviously impacted a number of different businesses, and coming in, I really appreciate all of the information that you have, probably that was mandated by the corporation or maybe even locally, but good signage, social distancing, questions about your own health and making sure that you're not sick when you come into the organization, and also the fact that your employees have been very compliant with ensuring the safety not only themselves but our community as well, and we really appreciate that. Any changes coming in Albertsons that we should know about here locally in Morro Bay, or just continuing with the same great service?
Got to continue, to serve the community the best that we can. I know we have our holiday turkey bus drive coming up for the Stowe County Food Bank. Everything that the community gives to us to support the food bank, we pass it on to the food bank. It's usually very, very successful, and it really helps the food bank out a lot. And their need right now is very strong.
On behalf of the city of Morro Bay, we want to recognize Albertsons, and especially you as our local store director, for superior customer service, again, the production of quality products, and also the volunteerism and the give back that Albertsons does to the community. And please thank your employees for us.
Absolutely.
For ensuring our safety with mask wearing, and also thanks to Albertsons for all the information that you provide about social distancing, compliance with COVID-19 protocols to keep us all safe and healthy. So on behalf of the city, Morro Bay Business Hero, Gary Bueller, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Well, that was fun, and thanks to those four great businesses in Morro Bay that we were able to recognize this past month as business heroes in our community. With that, I wanted to ask Ms. Callaway, Jen, if you would like to respond. We recognized you earlier. We're saddened by your departure, but we're also excited about the opportunity that you have to become a city manager in a great city. And so how about a few words from you?
Thank you, and I appreciate the break to have a few minutes to gather myself before saying goodbye. So it's bittersweet for sure. I'm excited for this opportunity and incredibly sad to leave the family here. In 3 years, I can say I've never come to work feeling like, oh, it's another day at work. I'm always excited to see all my colleagues that are on here tonight and the entire town team. So you guys, you guys are awesome, and you're a family. And I hope you still keep me on all those text strings so I can laugh at your bad jokes, Eric. And think of you guys. There's my finance family. I'm so proud of you. We have grown so much as a team, and you are going to carry forward the town. And I just want to say there's authentic leadership and compassion is what builds great communities. And for everybody in the town watching this, you have authentic leadership. And this team works with compassion for you every day. So carry that forward and keep me in touch. I want to know what's going on here, and you're going to do great things. So thank you.
Thank you, Jen. They did tell you that over 90 days a year, it snows to the tune of about 18 feet in Truckee. Is that correct? Yes. But we're going to miss you. We love you. We love you dearly, and thank you so much for your service. But you're not done yet. You've got a few more days to go. And so, folks, if you get the chance to somehow greet Jen with appropriate social distancing and mask wearing, be sure to contact her and let her know how you feel about her and all the great things that she's done for our city. Thanks, Jen. With that, I will go ahead and bring us to public comment. This is for public comment for any items on the agenda for which you're unable to stay through the whole meeting and you'd like to comment on, or for anything in general regarding the city that you'd like to comment on. So this is general public comment. I'll ask the city clerk, Dana, if she'll put up how to access public comment, and be sure you hit the raise hand or press 9 if you're calling in to raise your hand button in order to be recognized. And you'll have 3 minutes. Again, this is general public comment for items on the agenda for which you can't stay, or for other items that you'd like to speak to. Thank you. Let's go ahead, Zeke, and first public comment.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. First hand raised in the queue is John Wise. And John, you are live.
Welcome, John.
Well, thank you. First thing I wanted to say was my personal thank you to Jennifer Callaway for the awesome job that she's done for the city. I know she will be missed. I know Scott will particularly miss her. I imagine he'll have to pick up some of her duties temporarily at least. And so, again, my thank you to all the good work that she's done. And
John, are you still there?
Had a couple comments. I'm sorry.
Oh, you cut out. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I did want to make a couple comments, which I won't have time to stay for, regarding the short-term rental ordinance B1. Unless I missed something, it appears this draft grandfathers in all existing short-term rentals in residential areas, regardless of the fact they are commercial enterprises in residential zones, which, in my opinion, in some cases are degrading the quality and character of our neighborhoods. Clusters of existing STRs will be allowed to remain in spite of the objection of many of our residents. I believe it's a blatant disregard for our residents and their neighborhoods, and it's one of the reasons I'm running for mayor. If elected, I will protect them both. I also want to make clear that I am a strong proponent for hosted short-term rentals, and I think those should be unlimited, but I have some issue with the grandfathering under item B1. So I appreciate your time for that, and I hope you have a great meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Zeke, next public comment, please.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, next comment is caller with the number ending in 327. And caller, you are live.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is Dan Sedley speaking.
First, can't hear you. Are you unmuted?
You can't hear me?
And now.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I too would like to thank Jennifer Callaway for her extreme dedication and professionalism in serving our city and rectifying many of the financial problems that we faced as best that a financial director is able to do. I think she gave it 110%, and I would give my high praises added to everyone else's. I think she did a super outstanding job, and so I thank you for that, Jennifer Callaway. Moving along, my second and last subject, I think it's abhorrible that the city council would choose to meet in secret, which actually might be a violation of the Brown Act. But irregardless, it's just sneaky. A city council that sneaks around and goes and celebrates itself at the WRF is reprehensible. If they're proud of it, they should advertise it. They should let it be known, let everybody know. By happenstance, I was able to find out about it and protest at the site due to my sincere feelings that it's the wrong thing to do at the wrong place. We know that all mechanical devices fail, and that property lies right along a major creek that flows just a short distance down to our estuary. I know that most citizens of our community want to protect our estuary and our bay and our ocean life and the environment that we have. This site it directly endangers it. The pipes run directly down Quintana, down to South Bay, and puts it at direct risk. I am ashamed of our city council for having done this so sneakily. They should, if they are proud as they say they are, they should be proud before the fact and advertise what they intend to do. That's just being transparent, and the city council is not. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Next public comment, please.
Yes, sir. Next commenter is David Weissman, and you are on the air, David.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Yes. Good evening, David Weissman, Morro Bay. As a 20-year resident, I was surprised and a bit dismayed to receive an election mailer sent by the city of Morro Bay. One side gave generic voting information. The other seemed to be a self-promotion for the city's sponsored Measure E20. The mailer touts the benefits of increased revenue, but never mentions how the city gets that revenue. It's a sales tax, but it is never mentioned in the mailer. It talks about the importance of local police and fire, but never mentions that nothing in this measure, as written, assures the money is spent specifically on public safety. As my understanding is, it will go into the general fund. The mailer then talks about ensuring that, quote, visitors pay their fair share, which makes it seem like an occupancy or tourism tax, but it's not. It's a sales tax that we residents will be paying on our purchases every single day, long after the visitors have gone home 24/7, 365. So it seems to be a measure and a sign of just how much the city is trying to hide or conceal about the measure when a mailing piece, assumedly paid for by the city dollars, skirts the complete truth. My question, and it would be directed at Scott Collins because he signed this, is what degree of due diligence before publishing this mailer did Mr. Collins and the city put forth to make sure that what they are doing will not run afoul of the Fair Practice Political Practices Commission, which, of course, as we know, in August awarded fined the city of Los Angeles $1.35 million for violating the law for issuing similar types of literature for their Measure H. Certainly, the city of Morro Bay could ill afford a lawsuit that someone may very well file regarding this item. And I would appreciate at some point a response, or I'm willing to set up an appointment in a meeting with Mr. Collins to find out indeed what measures of due diligence were taken. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Zeke, next caller, please.
Next caller is Betty Winholtz. And Betty, you are on the line.
Welcome, Betty.
Thank you. I am speaking. This is Betty Winholtz. I want to raise up the question about what was said on the TV the other day in light of your invitation-only meeting at the sewer plant and what you have said in text on the website. And that is that, excuse me, something just fell. Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay. So my concern is that, let's see. That you are saying that we are still going to get our 800 acre feet of water for clean water out of this system, this new sewer system. And yet in the Estero Bay News, it said that the water is going to be for the foreseeable future used as saltwater intrusion prevention. So could you please explain how those two pieces of information fit together? How is it that we're going to get water, but we're not going to get water? And how can you continue to say that piece that there is water when we're not going to be getting water? Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment.
Mr. Mayor, at this time, there is nobody else in the queue with their hand raised.
Okay. Thank you, Zeke. With that, get my screen here back, and I will go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to council, and let me start out with perhaps Mr. Sedley's comments about the city council, quote unquote, meeting in secret, comma, being sneaky, comma, and violating the Brown Act. And I'll maybe call on Chris Niermeyer, our city attorney, to comment on those kinds of gatherings. Chris, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. The Brown Act provides for a number of exceptions to the regular rule that meetings of a quorum of the City Council need to be noticed and open to the public. One of those exceptions is for ceremonial functions. Government Code 54952.2 C5 reads that it's not a violation of the Brown Act for, quote, the attendance of a majority of the members of a legislative body at a purely social or ceremonial occasion, provided that a majority of the members do not discuss amongst themselves business of a specific nature that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body, the local agency. Assuming that no city business or city policy was discussed and it was a ceremonial occasion observed by, my understanding, all 5 council members who attended, then it is not a violation of the Brown Act.
Thanks, Chris, for that. And perhaps, Chris, could you also comment regarding Mr. Weissman's contention regarding the election mailer concerning Measure E20 and quote unquote that the public has no assurance that the dollars spent will be spent on public safety, and his concern was a violation of the FPPC. And so I'll ask you if you wouldn't mind just to comment on the appropriateness of that. Thanks.
Sure. The government code and state law is clear that cities cannot spend money on partisan political advocacy. However, cities certainly can, and it's part of the public interest for cities to provide educational material about local ballot measures. California Supreme Court has ruled very clearly that cities can provide educational material on local ballot measures. I've been involved with review of the mailers that the city has been sending out, and it's educational material. They're not partisan in nature, and it's simply educating the voters, and the voters get to make their decision whether they vote for or against Measure E.
Thank you, Chris, for that. And I'll also mention, if Mr. Weissman is still connected or listening, that Mr. Collins would be happy to entertain your offer to meet with him and discuss the details regarding that mailer. So, and with that, Mr. Collins, could you comment on Ms. Winholtz's contention about what was being said on TV versus the WRF site visit, and then also perhaps the issue of water reclamation versus saltwater intrusion, if we have somebody that can comment on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. So in essence, the IPR or injection well system that we're bringing forward, which will create indirect potable reuse water for our community, serves numerous functions. It does certainly help with the aquifer, according to recent studies, that it will help address saltwater intrusion and also water quality in the aquifer. In addition to that, it will provide and can provide up to 80% offset of our water needs. That's not to say that the day we turn the project on, that's what it's going to do. It just provides that capability. We are still currently contracted with state water for most of our water needs. And so the IPR becomes our backup system. The annual shutdown or the state water project, which can run for several months, if not longer, this would stand in lieu of the state water. If there's a disruption to state water outside of that annual shutdown, which can occur at any time, IPR can stand in place of that. If we have a significant drought over numerous years, like we experienced not so long ago, several years ago, we may not get allocation from state water, at which point IPR becomes our go-to. So it can do all of those things and more. And, so it provides that flexibility which we need. So I don't think it's in conflict to say that, initially we'll support those other key needs, like preventing saltwater intrusion and improving water quality, but it also, in the interim, can help us with the state water shutdowns if we have a prolonged drought. And eventually, when it comes to looking at our contract with state water, which runs for several more years, if not another decade, we can look at potentially renegotiating that contract to the benefit of our community. So again, the IPR provides all that flexibility.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate that very much. And with that, I will move us to the consent agenda. This is item A on the agenda this evening, consent. I'm going to go ahead and open up public comment. This is public comment for items on the consent agenda only, items A1 through A10. Any public comment, Zeke, on the consent agenda?
Mr. Mayor, at this time, there is nobody in a queue with their hands raised. Oh, just a moment. One came up, and it will be Dan Seedley. And Dan, you are on the line.
Welcome, Dan.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. I would like to talk about item A8. Item 8. And my question about that is, the proposal is to spend $85,000 for boating safety and enforcement to purchase a vehicle in order to do that, a replacement boat, a rescue boat. And my specific question about that is, why does the city need to provide this service? Isn't there a cheaper way for us to do this in in congruency with our Coast Guard, which is right on our doorstep to provide emergency rescue to people in the harbor. Wouldn't that be perhaps a cheaper way to go? They obviously already have the rescue materials. They are able to put out fires. They're able to rescue stranded peoples. They're able to do any kind of rescue function necessary. And I'm wondering why we're duplicating that with our harbor patrol, in addition to what our Coast Guard can already do. And that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Zeke, next public comment.
At this time, Mayor, there is nobody in the queue with their hand raised.
Okay, I will close public comment for the consent agenda items. I will go ahead and pull item A8, and when we get there, ask Mr. Eric Endersby, our Harbor Director, if he's with us tonight, to comment on that. But prior to that, any other items that the council wishes to pull?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull A5, please.
Great, A5, got it, Jeff. Thank you. Any others? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion for approval of A1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, and 10.
Second.
I'll move to approve those.
Okay, so.
Or second.
I'm hearing by Councilmember Davis to approve those that I mentioned, and second by Councilmember Addis. Any further discussion? If not, we will go to a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And Councilmember Heller, A5, sir.
Yes, I had a question about the general fund revenues and the amount that was taken from emergency reserves to respond to COVID-19 of $1,153,000. I just want to confirm if that is a couple of things. One is if that is in line with what we were anticipating, and what is the remaining balance in the emergency reserves at this point?
Good question. Ms. Callaway?
Mayor, it looks like Jen got bumped from the panelist. I don't know if somebody from AGP or Dana can add her back.
She's not gone yet.
She's back. Yeah.
Okay, looks like she's back in. Thank you.
I'm here. I was just walking up to your office to answer. Kicked me out.
Sorry to bother you, Jen.
That's okay. So I think I heard all of your question, Councilmember Heller, with respect to the transfers from the general fund emergency reserves. That is really a combination of things. So it's used for COVID related revenue losses, I would say, to make up that gap from what we didn't receive with TOT and a few other revenue sources. TOT itself was over $600,000 less than we had budgeted. Of course, we had some expenditure, offsets for that. It also includes the payoffs that we did for the Tier 2 and Tier 3 CalPERS unfunded liabilities. We approved the budget adjustments earlier in the year, but we didn't actually do the transfer for the revenue to come in. We only did the expense side of that. And that's about $500,000, 468, I think. And it includes our OPEB costs this year, our other post-employment benefit costs, actually more than doubled. If you recall, last year during the presentation of the audit, our auditors addressed a methodology difference that they have between the consultant that does our actuarial, and they didn't believe they were incorporating the right implied subsidy for that. So we changed the methodology so our auditors would be happy. And as a result of that, it more than doubled our OPEB liabilities for that we report on our books. So it's really a kind of a hodgepodge of those three different factors. In terms of how much reserves for COVID, it is less than we had anticipated. We had originally thought we were going to need to use $1 million in reserves just for COVID-related losses. So we did better on that ground. In terms of what remains in our general fund emergency reserve, we're at $3.8 million. So with $1.1 million, we're at 2.6 million at this point.
Okay. Thank you for that. The other question I had was the parking receipts for the launch ramp. What is the period that $27,000 covers? Is that a year? Is that a quarter? Or I'm always curious how much we make down there.
Yeah, it's the fiscal year. For some reason, we always forget to include that actual transfer in the budget. So we make it every year, but we always forget to include that when we adopt the budget. And we're always coming back for a transfer. It's just one of those small amounts that always kind of falls off. And when we close the books, we're like, oops. So it's the fiscal year.
That's an annual amount. Okay. And then the other thing, if you walk out the door with $100,000, it will look the other way. So thanks a lot for working here and all the best in trucking. Thanks, Jen.
I'll try not to do that.
Okay.
Councilmember Heller, good questions. Would you like to move approval of A5, sir?
Yes, I would. I would like to move approval A5.
I will second that.
Motion by Councilmember Heller for approval of item A5, second by Councilmember McPherson, and roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Heller.
Yes.
Councilmember McPherson.
Yes.
Councilmember Addis.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
And Mayor Heading.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And that takes us to A8. And Mr. Andrewsby, are you with us tonight?
I am, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, looking sharp tonight, by the way. You look sharp all the time. Public comment from Mr. Sedley. Why does the city need to provide this service, quote unquote? Doesn't the Coast Guard have the same capacity or capability? And is it a duplication of services? In other words, why are we spending money on this item?
Sure, I'd be glad to. I'll try and keep it brief. We've, the city and our department has looked at this many times over the decades, and some might think it an overlapping or competitive relationship, but it's really not. It's symbiotic in a lot of ways. There's a lot of things the Coast Guard can do. They're wonderful. We're blessed to have them here, but there's a fair amount of things they can't do, where our local knowledge and our ability to respond differently and in a different manner with different boats really fills in a lot of gaps. The biggest thing that they will not do, they cannot do, is firefighting. They basically have the capability to put out a fire on their own boat. If they come across another vessel on fire, typically what they'll do is rescue the people on board and not worry about the boat itself. But the biggest difference, or the biggest shortcoming the Coast Guard is going to have is water front firefighting. In other words, if one of our waterfront leaseholds or piers, as happened in the late 1980s, early 1990s, catches fire, Coast Guard really doesn't have that capability to fight that fire, and we need a good amount of fire pump capability, about 1,500 gallons per minute, which we have with our new boat. This boat will hopefully be able to outfit that with something close to that, but Coast Guard does not have that capability whatsoever. Coast Guard also doesn't really do routine vessel assist requests that we get on the bay all the time. They don't do medical aid responses on the bay, which we do on the water. So again, it's really not a competitive or an overlapping relationship. It's really a symbiotic or a relationship that work in harmony with the Coast Guard, and we back each other up often in heavy weather or large surf incidents. We need two vessels to be safely executing certain rescue missions, and Coast Guard will back us up, and we'll back the Coast Guard up as well. So it's really a symbiotic is the best relationship I can call it.
And this is a grant, correct? Grant money you'll be using to purchase this?
Correct. It's grant funding from Department of Boating and Waterways, California Division of Boating and Waterways, to purchase Port San Luis's surplus vessel.
Great. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. With that, I will go ahead and move approval of item A8.
I will second that.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if I may indulge in a short discussion on A8.
Yes.
I want to thank the Friends of the Morro Bay Harbor for stepping forward to raise funds to finish fitting out this boat. We're buying a boat, but it needs engines, it needs hull repair. The Friends of the Morro Bay Harbor have done stellar fundraising work in the past. They paid for the emergency telephone and the sand spit, the floating dock that the sea lions call home, motorized wheelchairs, and now they've taken on this huge task of raising $100,000 to refurbish the boat. And I also want to note the anomalous situation.
Hi there.
Where the city is.
Hey, hi there.
Hey, Jeff, you want to mute yourself? Thank you.
I also want to note the anomalous situation where the city is depending on community fundraising to fit out a major piece of equipment that's essential for day-to-day operations.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis, for that additional information, and our thanks as well as yours for the fundraising efforts on the part of those folks. So with that, we do have a motion and a second for approval of A8. Any further discussion? If not, roll call vote, please.
Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
And Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Great, thank you. That will bring us to item B-1. This is a continuation of a public hearing on the introduction and first reading of ordinance number 640, amendments to Morro Bay Municipal Code repealing chapter 5.47 and adding chapter 17.41 so as to provide regulations to protect the quality and character of our residential neighborhoods through application of density limitations, expanded permit requirements, and operational requirements. I will go ahead and reintroduce a public hearing to allow for public comment. I don't have to do that, but this is an important issue so that members of the public may comment. We're going to first hear from staff with regard to staff presentation, go to council questions. After that, I will open up the public comment. And when that is completed, close public comment, close the public hearing, and then go to deliberation and recommendation. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Graham, Mr. Collins for a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Heading. I have a brief PowerPoint presentation, so I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully you can see that. As was indicated by the mayor, this is a continued hearing item from the September 22nd City Council meeting where the council did take public comment and where the council did review the ordinance and provide direction to staff for revisions or requested revisions to the ordinance. We've attempted to the best of our abilities, make those changes to the ordinance. Let's see here. We've broken them down in the staff report in two different sections. One would be significant revisions, and then the other one would be minor revisions. There are 6 of the significant revisions, starting with the first one on the screen there, was to section 1741.040A, and the request was to revise the ordinance to exclude home sharing rentals from both the cap on the number of vacation rentals and the density requirements, which is really how close vacation rentals can be to one another. Staff has revised the ordinance, specifically 1741.040A, which can be found on page 7 of the ordinance, to exclude home share rentals from both the cap and density requirements as requested. Second
request by council was to reduce the cap number for full home short-term rentals in the residential zones from 250 to 175, and we've done that, and you can see that in section 1741.040A, which is also on page 7 of the ordinance. The third significant revision requested was to revise 1741.030 to include allowance of guest houses to be used as home share short-term rentals. And so we have amended section, we've added section 1741.030M and to accommodate that, and we've revised the definition section 1741.020, specifically the definition of home sharing rental to incorporate guest houses as part of items or part of uses that can be home share rentals. We've also, moving on to item 4, the request was to revise 1741.040C to prohibit short-term rentals in apartments that are located within residential zones, and to also add policy language that would allow apartments that are located in the mixed-use and commercial zones to be used as short-term rentals, subject to the multifamily limitation policy in that section. So we have done that. We have added 1741.040. It has been added to prohibit apartments and apartment houses from being utilized as short-term rentals in residential zones specifically. And also 1741.040C has been revised to prohibit apartments and apartment houses from use as a short-term rental in the residential zones. And we've also revised the ordinance on page 8 to add clarifying language that apartments and apartment houses in the mixed use and commercial zones would be subject to the limitation where a limitation of 1/8 of the number of units that would be found in that building or in any given building could be a vacation rental. And that also raises an issue that once we take a look at this, we realize that there might be a hole in the ordinance, and specifically relates to the issue that I just raised in 1741.040C, and that it only applies to multifamily developments that are in residential zones and doesn't apply to multifamily developments that are in commercial and mixed-use zones. And so what does that mean? It means that the multifamily developments, if they're located in commercial and or mixed-use zones, could be converted entirely to short-term rentals, as opposed to that sort of 1 in every 8 of the units could be a short-term rental. You see the language down at the bottom of the screen, and really the question is, should this section 1741.040C be revised to apply the density limitation noted below it on the screen to multifamily projects located in commercial and mixed-use zones, so that there is that limitation and you couldn't convert an entire project, say, to short-term rentals if it were multifamily. Picking back up with the revisions, the fifth one was requested that we revise the linear separation requirements and the distancing requirement for vacation rentals from one another to incorporate 175-foot linear distance between individual vacation rentals, in addition to the current language that is found in the ordinance that has them separated by a minimum of 3 lots. And so the language has been altered to say it's 3 lots or 175 feet, whichever is a greater distance. And so that change has been made, and it's on page 8 of the ordinance. The sixth request was to revise 1741.050, and this is probably one of the more significant changes in the ordinance, was to allow grandfathering for all existing short-term vacation rentals that would otherwise be made non-conforming through the adoption of the ordinance. And that change can be found on page 8 of the ordinance, and it does allow for grandfathering as requested. Would note that having some additional conversations since the drafting of the revised language, that there may be an issue in that we did not grandfather existing or currently licensed short-term rentals that are in accessory dwelling units or junior accessory dwelling units, and we would have those actually term out upon renewal. And so that would be something that the council may want to discuss further. and provide direction on. Our city attorney, Mr. Neumeier, has drafted some potential language that we could use to address that, should that council desire for us to make those changes. Moving forward to the minor revisions, the first minor revision was to revise the second to last whereas in the ordinance to add quality as shown in the section below it on the screen. That change has been made to page 1 of the ordinance. The second requested minor revision was to section 1741090K, and that was to revise the sign requirement language to include language that says clearly visible, and then we're going to add legible so that the sign would be legible from the street or right-of-way where folks would view the sign from. And again, that language has also been updated specifically in 1741090K on page 16 of the ordinance to include that requested language. The third revision, minor revision requested, was to place a cap on the number of folks that could stay in a vacation rental and that number we would cap it was to be capped at 10. In addition to the existing language in the ordinance that says the limit is 2 individuals per bedroom plus 2, with an overall cap now of 10. And that change has been added to section 1741090G, and that can be found on page 15 of the ordinance. Again, going back to the ADU issue, the council directed that language be added to the ordinance that states, consistent with state law, that ADUs can no longer be utilized as short-term rentals pursuant to the change in state law and January 1 of this year. We have addressed that through revisions to multiple sections in the ordinance. And so again, as requested, those changes have been made to pages 7 and 9 of the ordinance to pick that up. Again, we do have the issue related to ADUs and JADUs that are currently licensed as short-term rentals would term out and would not be part of the grandfathering clause. So would again appreciate council weighing in on whether they want us to revise that or not. We did make a few other minor cleanup type revisions to the ordinance, and those are noted in the staff report. That is kind of it for the revisions that we made. The next steps to this would be assuming, or if the council does move forward with the first reading this evening, then we would have the second reading at your next council meeting, which would take place on October 27th of this year. And then the step following that would be to send it off to the California Coastal Commission for certification. Remind you again that the recommendation is the introduction and first reading by number and title only, further reading waived, of ordinance number 640, which would repeal chapters 5.47 and amend title 17 of the Morro Bay Municipal Code, which is the city's zoning code, to add chapter 1741, short-term vacation rentals, to regulate the operation and permitting of short-term vacation rentals within the city of Morro Bay. With that concludes my presentation. Certainly we would be happy to answer any questions that you may have moving forward, and I will stop sharing my screen. Certainly can bring it back if the council needs to see any of that again.
Thank you, Mr. Graham, very much appreciated. That will bring us to council questions. I'll start off with our esteemed council subcommittee member, Councilmember McPherson. Any questions?
I do have a few questions, and thank you very much for that very succinct and clear update of where we're at on this ordinance. Let me begin by saying that I understand, as you just said, that as currently written, the ADUs would be phased out as STRs, so we would not be renewing any of the current ones that we have. Can you tell me how many we do have right now?
ADU? We currently have 10 ADUs that are licensed as short-term rentals.
10. Okay. And if we were to recommend grandfathering, would the current ordinance still prohibit granting any new permits to ADUs?
Yes, the current ordinance would prohibit granting new ones, as does state law.
Okay. And what is the difference between an ADU and a guest house? I noticed that in our definitions, we just say that an ADU is as defined in state law. So I'm curious to know, what is the difference between those two, a guest house and an ADU?
Well, they can be very similar, although an ADU would have kitchen or cooking facilities in it, and a guest house is not required to have that. It would typically probably have a bathroom in it, but other than that, it isn't required to have cooking facilities.
Okay, so would you consider an ADU as a full home rental or as a home share?
It's probably more like a home share, given that, it's a secondary unit, and you probably have a primary unit there that maybe the owners of the property live in.
But it is a full functioning unit on its own, correct? I mean, it is. Yes. It's not necessarily an ADU is not a room in a house. A home share could be. I mean, a guest house could be. Okay. And I noticed that you suggested that the 175-foot that was added by the Planning Commission, you defined as linear, but I did not, in viewing the Planning Commission or in hearing our discussion, hear us say linear. And so I actually thought we were going to be adding in all directions. So I would like to bring up that issue as something that is not clear, at least not to everyone. And I noticed that Susan Stewart, who was the person who added that to the Planning Commission, she also wrote an email suggesting that it was her intention that it be in a radius as well. So I would like us to discuss that as an issue to reconsider. And then finally, let me ask you about the comment in here about the noise ordinance. You suggest that the current noise ordinance is 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. and you describe what it is. I'm wondering if that means that if we change the ordinance, we have to go back and change the short-term vacation rental ordinance, or would it automatically change if we change the noise ordinance?
I'm not sure. I'm sorry. Okay, so you're asking the noise portion of the case rental ordinance says 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. That's consistent with the city's municipal code. So you're saying if we changed which one?
Noise ordinance in the municipal code, would we have to go back and change the short-term vacation rental ordinance?
I need to look at the ordinance again. I'm not sure. I need to look at the language specifically.
Oh, well, it starts out by saying,
Councilmember McPherson, I think I could answer that question. So on page 121 of the agenda packet, page 15 of the ordinance, section H on that page, it does state that the current noise ordinance is between the hours of 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. If we wanted to have flexibility for a possible hour change in the zoning ordinance, we could just reference the current noise ordinance and not have in the hours. So then if we change the zoning ordinance, it would automatically apply.
Right. I think that's what I'm asking. The language in here isn't clear that it just states the city's current noise ordinance requires reduced noise. And I thank you. I think you answered my question. A better way to write it might be to say to conform with the city's municipal code ordinance on noise.
We could make that change on the floor tonight. That's easily done if that's the desire of the council.
All right. Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Council Member Addis, sorry. Any questions?
Those were actually my questions about the ADUs and the noise ordinance. Those are my two questions. So I'll weigh in when we get to discussion.
Okay. Very good. Thank you for that. Councilmember Heller, sir, questions?
Yes, thank you. So I guess my first question is, I'm a little confused because when I read the subject line, it says the purpose of this ordinance is to protect the quality and character of our residential neighborhoods through application of density limitations, expanded permit requirements, and operational requirements. And yet when I read the ordinance, I find very little, if anything, in there that comes anywhere close to protecting our neighborhoods, the quality and character of our neighborhoods. So I'm kind of confused that there's such a disconnect between the subject line and the content of the ordinance. Maybe somebody could answer that for me.
Sure, be happy to. The Vacation Rental Committee that met for, let's see, November, December, January, February, and I think that was when they concluded their work. So I don't do math on the fly, but that's several months. Was specifically charged with looking at creating the balance between the impacts on the community, neighborhoods, neighborhood character, quality, housing stock, affordable housing, et cetera, with the economics involved with that, those who get direct revenue out of their homes, either to second homes or to help them live in their existing home, the jobs that they support, and the revenue that goes to the city. So that committee worked over those several months to strike that balance. The ordinance was developed with their guidance. The operations section of this ordinance is vast and significant and a major improvement over the existing ordinance in terms of housing, or in terms of parking, noise, occupancy, fines, fees, all those things, and creating a system where we actually have sustained enforcement of an ordinance. All those things were built into the draft that you're reviewing tonight, thanks to the work of this community committee. The density discussion definitely sets up a system where we can move towards less impact in any one given neighborhood. The overall cap being reduced, again, trying to strike that balance. Addressing ADUs for affordable housing, taking out of apartment complexes, the same deal. So on the whole, the committee was working really hard to strive to achieve that balance, which is hard to do. But I think what they delivered to the Planning Commission, TBID, and ultimately what those groups recommended to council achieved that balance. But I'm happy to go into more detail if that would be helpful.
Okay, I think I'm pretty familiar with the detail. For example, the density limitations. I know thousands of hours were spent by the ad hoc committee and the planning commission, and you, of course, as well, Scott, in looking at all the options, trying to figure out how to ameliorate the negative impact of these clusters of vacation rentals in our neighborhoods. And yet, this ordinance, if I'm reading it correctly, and please somebody step in and correct me if I'm wrong, this ordinance will not apply any density limitations to any existing permitted short-term rentals. Am I reading it wrong?
That is correct. Out of the gate, the system will not apply to existing vacation rentals in the residential areas and commercial areas. That was a decision and direction provided by council at the last meeting. I think other council members can explain that rationale far better than I, but it will apply moving forward. And again, shrinking the total number of residential permits allowed also will help address that moving forward. So it's a policy decision whether or not you want to grandfather or create another regimen whereby there's a certain number of years and then a lottery system is created. And that was the basis of much of the discussion that came forward through public comment and the deliberation by City Council at the last meeting.
The other thing I read, it seems to me that not only are there no density limitations applied in this ordinance, but all existing permits, regardless of whether they're whether they're non-hosted or hosted, will be grandfathered in. Is that correct? Am I reading that right?
We think that by the time this is permitted, goes through this process and then goes through the Coastal Commission, the numbers will be right around the cap that's at least being discussed by council at 175 for non-hosted or full home rentals, if you will. So that will carry forward. The ADUs, as of currently written, the existing ones would phase out in 3 years. So I think that's I don't think any of them would be in a position where they would lose their license just by fact of attrition that's been occurring at normal rates. We would see it equaling out or evening out by the time this becomes effective, that you would have 175 vacation rentals in the residential that are non-hosted or the non-hosted variety.
So the 175 is kind of where you expect to be after some of the smaller players don't apply for a permit or decide not to actually have a vacation rental. Is that where that 175 is coming from?
That is where I think it'll land. I mean, the number that was discussed at the Planning Commission was 150. The discussion at TBID was 175. The Planning Commission came back a second time and they landed on 175. And I think they based out on the numbers we had pulled from host compliance that looked at the number of active vacation rentals in our community, and then just sort of did the math. And I think that's how they came to that figure.
So it sounds like the 175 will still leave the big players, the big houses, the ones with the potential for most negative impact on neighborhoods in place. Is that a fair assumption?
I think just based on the market, based on longevity of permit holders, I think those that have made a business, a successful business, are probably going to be the ones that would continue to operate. Some of those that maybe have issues with their homes that would require inspections, they may decide they don't want to face that level of scrutiny and no longer apply. Some may be warded off by the fees that we're going to charge to actually able to enforce the ordinance effectively. So some may bow out on that side. Others have decided they don't want to rent out their home for a variety of reasons, maybe COVID related. So I think it's a whole host of things. And, I don't know if, I don't know how that plays out for those that are most impactful to the community, but I do definitely see some jumping off once they understand the full force of what the expectations will be from the city moving forward.
So in my review of the different documents from the ad hoc committee as well as the planning commission, from what I can tell, and I've looked at it pretty closely, neither of those two bodies recommended grandfathering the entire supply of short-term rentals. And yet here we are with an ordinance that is doing exactly that. Am I right?
It's the Planning Commission and the ad hoc committee both recommended a 3-year period by which attrition would take place, and if there are any remaining conflicts, the lottery system would be triggered, and then whoever loses in that lottery system would have 1 year to cease operations.
Is that part of this ordinance? I didn't see that in here.
That's not part of this ordinance, no. And the Tourism Business Improvement District did recommend grandfathering. So, but on the whole, the direction coming from Planning Commission and the ad hoc group was to have a short window by which conflicts would be resolved through a lottery system.
So there is a plan to have a lottery system?
No, there is not. That's not what was recommended by council to move forward.
Okay, so there's no. So if I were like really wealthy and I had one of these great homes and it's generating $100,000 or a couple $100,000 a year, is there any reason really I would not just do that the rest of my life? I mean, there's no way to, regardless of the density, with no density requirements, I can have that permit for as long as I'm alive, right?
Certainly, that
according to this ordinance, right?
Yeah, they could choose to do that. It can't transfer within the family, and it can't transfer on a sale of the property. So those are some of the ways in which the permits will lapse.
So, I've always wondered about the transfer of sale, and Chris, maybe you can help out with this. I've looked at a lot of different ordinances from different cities. How can we be sure that these properties are not transferred and kept within the family? Like, say, if I wanted to sell it to my brother-in-law, how could that be prevented?
It depends upon who or what entity the permit is issued to. So if the permit was issued to, Mr. Joe Schmidt, and then Joe Schmidt moves or is no longer there and somebody else takes the property, they can't take that permit. The way the system's set up, though, is that if the permit was taken in the name of a business or a trust or an LLC, as long as that entity is in existence, the permit would stay. We actually discussed this internally on that second situation, what to do if the majority interests of that business entity changed. Should we revoke the permit? And it seemed like it would just require way too much bureaucracy and questioning of permit holders. So that's a long-winded way of saying that the entity or the person that takes the permit can't transfer it to somebody else. But that entity or person, of course, maintains the permit and can maintain it for the life of the person or entity, if that answers your question.
It does. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Sure.
In discussion of the cap, Scott, in any of these meetings, were there any discussions about the housing supply and what percentage of our housing supply we're willing to sacrifice for short-term rentals? I know in Los Osos, I believe they have a 1% cap on the number of housing units that they'll allow to operate as short-term vacation rentals. Was this ever discussed?
It may have been briefly discussed, but the focus was more on just a hard number. It was a little easier to drive. And maybe perhaps different from Los Osos is we have 20% of our stock is second homes. So we have different issues than Los Osos, and the number of STRs is a fraction of even that number of 20%. I believe the chamber also looked at that in their analysis, and it seemed to be that we weren't exorbitantly out of line, given that we are a tourist destination. But no, there was no concrete recommendation along those lines.
Okay, thank you for that.
Sure.
Let's see here. On that one. You know roughly about how many apartments are currently being used as short-term rentals in commercial and mixed-use areas? I mean, is that prevalent, or there's just a few, or?
Yeah, it's Scott might be able to back this up, but I think it's about 5 that are potentially in residential, and maybe a few more than are commercial.
Yeah, there's just a couple. There's just a few.
Yeah.
Okay, and then what about condos in residential and also?
The same. I think it's we don't differentiate between the condos and apartments. I think that total number is about 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I saw Susan Stewart's email about the description of the separation, and I think her points are well taken. And I would appreciate it as Councilmember McPherson suggested that the language be revised to reflect the language that came out of the Planning Commission, even though it's not going to be applied.
Further questions, Councilmember?
I'm looking at my notes here. Excuse me, just 1 second here.
No worries.
There was a comment from an email about an owner owning multiple short-term vacation rentals, which speaks to the commercial nature of these operations. Is there anything in this ordinance that prohibits that?
No, there's not.
That's something we can add, or is that something I talk about during comments?
Yeah, it's certainly something we could add, and I would bring that up during comments.
Okay. Bear with me here. I had a question about the language with respect to the signs that'll be posted at the street with respect to visible and legible. I think there might be some confusion there because visible and legible means different things to different people. I just wanted to see if that's something that the city might have some ideas or thoughts about.
I think you want to be able to see the sign, but being able to see the sign does not mean it's legible. So having both in there is why the language was added. So you could actually see it and read it, which I think is the important part, because it'll have the contact information for the 24-hour contact on it, related to complaints and that type of thing. So.
I agree with you 100%. It should be legible and should be visible. I'm just wondering, is the city thinking about having a standard sign that they generate so that there's no arguing about what's visible and legible, that all the signs are the same? And
we are absolutely going to have. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's all right.
We're absolutely going to have a signed format that has to be followed, including probably color, everything. We're going to have that, set up. It's not dissimilar to the noticing signs like we do for public hearings for projects in town. Those yellow signs that you see around when there's a project proposed on a light. It'll be something like that, just a little less annoying.
Yeah. Okay. And to add to that, we're working with a lecturer instructor at Cal Poly that may be able to have his students assist us in this endeavor, which is really nice.
Okay. Page 13, there's some language that talks about permit holder allowing it to see an immediate threat to the health and safety, be allowed to, the hazard be allowed to remain until the next guest arrives. I'm just wondering, are we being too lenient here in terms of taking care of this threat to health and safety by letting it lapse until the next guest arrives? That's on page 13 of the
ordinance. Jeff, ordinance 13 or the
page 13 of the ordinance.
Ordinance, thanks.
And the next thing on page 16 of the ordinance, talking about the penalty for running an unpermitted short-term rental. I consider having a short-term rental commercial operation in a residential neighborhood appalling. But if we do allow them, it's absolutely a privilege, not a right. And I question whether we should be allowing the application someone who has been operating an unpermitted STR, that their punishment is having to wait 2 years to reapply. You think that's a reasonable repercussion for someone who's operating under the radar?
It could be. Depends on what council's view of that is. There are fines associated with operating illegally, and first out of the gate is to warn them, and then if there's a violation, the fees could be established at a very high rate, and that's up to this council to decide. And I've heard at the last meeting, the council was very interested in establishing a very significant fine structure to, again, disincentivize that type of activity. But that's entirely up to this council. That would come in the form of a resolution at the second reading of this ordinance to establish what that fine structure would look like.
And does this council have the authority to establish land use within its city limits and what uses are allowed in different zones?
Yes. Obviously, Coastal Commission has some say in that.
Right.
But yes.
They have to certify it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis, questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have only one question, and I'm not sure if it's a question item or a discussion item. It has to do with the discussion that council had at the previous meeting where we agreed to grandfather non-compliant STRs. My understanding, my intention when I made the motion was that grandfathering would apply to all STRs, including ADUs. And as Mr. Graham alluded, there was staff had a different understanding. So my question for my fellow council members is, what was your intention at that September 22nd meeting? So that's my question.
And I'll entertain that during discussion. I do have a note to bring that up to get clarity from council on as well. So thank you for that. You bet. And I have no additional questions. All the questions that I had have been asked. So thank you, council members, for your detailed questions. With that, I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing. This is agenda item B1. Any member of the public wishing to speak on agenda item B1, please either raise your hand now. If you're calling in, or use the Zoom function to raise hand. And Zeke, I'll go ahead and take the first call. Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. First caller will be Dan Seedley. Dan, you are on the line.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome, Dan.
Thank you, sir. It is my firm belief that commercial enterprises like short-term vacation rentals have no place in R1 single-family dwellings. Allowing 10 people maximum in a house is a clear invitation for multiple families to rent these STVRs, violate COVID-19 protocols, be loud, have beach fires in their front yards, party, and of course all or any of those things violates the quality of our neighborhoods. I personally, in my neighborhood, have not witnessed one short-term vacation rental that did not violate the character of my Morro Bay neighborhood. One short-term vacation rental in an R1 residential neighborhood is too many, let alone 175. I fully support unlimited short-term vacation rentals in a commercially zoned area. I also fully support unlimited hosted short-term vacation rentals. In my opinion, hosted short-term vacation rentals are no different than having guests over wherein the host observes the activities in the house and on the property. I would support giving unhosted short-term vacation rentals 1 year to discontinue operating with no new permits being issued. Lastly, the city of Morro Bay has not even begun to shut down the unlicensed short-term vacation rentals in my neighborhood. Internet searches for ads is not near enough and is not having an effect in my neighborhood where there are numerous short-term vacation rentals. Thank you for your attention to this concern that has not only reduced long-term housing in our city, but has greatly decreased the quality of living in Morro Bay neighborhoods. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Dan. Seek next public comment.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. The next person in line is Karen. And Karen, you are on the line.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm curious if anybody has ever done a study on the amount of complaints within the neighborhood. Because in my neighborhood, I don't see any problem at all. And I'm just curious, the real numbers as far as how this is a problem. As you know, Morro Bay is so different in all our different neighborhoods. I live in the street-to-street lot area, which makes it, there's much more distance in between everyone. And then you've got the island streets, and they're practically on top of each other. So, of course, there's going to be a bigger problem over there than there is, say, Orion. So I'm just curious if has anybody looked into that? What are the numbers about it? That would be really helpful.
Thank you. Next public comment.
At this time, Mr. Mayor, there is nobody. Oh, just a moment. And there is one person, and Nicholas Jurin. Oh, here they come. They're coming in. Okay, so let's see. Who was first? Cynthia is first. Cynthia, you're online.
Welcome, Cynthia.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Thank you. I am an owner of a home that, and we do operate as a short-term rental. It's primarily a vacation home for us. And I just want you all to understand that short-term rentals and visitors support our economy here on the Central Coast. It allows us to afford vacation homes and family homes that have been enjoyed by myself and my family over the years. And if it wasn't for the short-term rentals that we have, we would not be able to afford to keep this home in our family. And for over 30 years, we have enjoyed this home, and my kids love coming to Morro Bay, and I soon look forward to moving out there in 2 years and look forward for future generations to come and enjoy this home when my husband and I are no longer here. So I'm asking that you don't penalize good standing permit holding short-term rental owners for those who are operating illegally and abusing basically common decencies of neighborhoods, meaning burning recklessly fires in the front yard or violating noise regulations that we currently have. And regarding permitting of permits or regarding transferring of permits, we did touch base a little bit on, I understand you guys currently saying that passing property on to next generations and within family, that's not going to be allowed. I was curious if we could look into transferring, if we were to transfer it into trust and LLCs and how that impacts us. We have a minute left. Keeping the cap rate down, that's fine. But just please, I would like to see a study of complaints. I think there's a few bad apples out there, but it doesn't mean that all of us are. And I would like to see the numbers of the true complaints and what that truly means to the entire community. Please just place these rules, just give us rules to follow and we'll do it. And grandfathering in, that's great because I've been paying a ton of taxes every month. And I do my best to put good people in this property. Otherwise, losing our ability to operate will create undue hardship to our family and many other property owners who rely on this income to afford our home. And we would have to sell it, this family home of plus 30 years, if you were to take our permit away. Please don't allow this to happen. And I just thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Next public comment, Zeke.
Yes, sir. And Sean Green, you are on the line.
Welcome, Sean.
Hi, Council. I just wanted to thank you all for reaching a general consensus at your September 22nd meeting that necessarily burdens all stakeholders in a way that's responsible ethically, financially, and legally. Few things are ever unanimous in this town, as you well know. But after years of uncertainty, Morro Bay residents, owners, and visitors now have a clear path forward that depends heavily on enforcement, which is something we can all get behind. I would love it if you could direct staff to move forward expeditiously following the passage of this important ordinance, first by ridding neighborhoods of illegal operations, which is really the key component of this entire thing, and second, by implementing protocols that promote peace, respect, goodwill, and compliance for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Next public comment, please.
Yes, sir. And Nicholas Jurin, you're on the line.
Welcome, Nick.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello? Yes.
Yeah. Hello, esteemed mayor and city council. I'm Nick Jurin. I'm co-owner of Beach and Bay and U-Relaxification Rentals. We're a large operator in the city, and we want to state that we largely support the regulations and proposed. We thank the committee, the planning commission, and all the private citizens that provided input on the matter. This for us has been a 2-year issue, so this is not lightly considered by anyone. But we do have a few things that we'd like council to consider. We'd like them to consider raising the maximum occupancy to 12. The committee proposed 2+2, which is the county standard. We understand that a limitation is appropriate, but there are only 4 homes that accommodate up to 12 people, and they fit within the 2+2. And there's one that accommodates up to 16, but we believe that it's a commercial property. So basically, there's only 4 homes that are in effect. So we suggest a limit of 12 or a return to the 2+2.
once the regulations are approved into law, there are a few details that we want the council and the mayor to consider. And one is that protections for the contracts that are already signed, in force, and under deposit, that we protect the occupancy of those individuals. Already, we're booking the summer of 21. We do have groups up to 12 that come from as far away as Europe. And the consequence of canceling those reservations is not going to be very favorable by those guests. So we just ask for some transition on that issue, and certainly we can submit that information. Regarding the transfer and the sale, we request that they allow, a continued operation to satisfy the contracts that are fully paid for 60 to 120-day period, that an operator can present contracts that are fully paid for that amnesty period, even on a sale. Otherwise, the city would be interfering with the transfer and sale because of the obligations of those contracts. We do support that the noise ordinance be referenced by reference in the vacation rental ordinance, so it can be changed just by changing the ordinance and not by rewriting the vacation rental ordinance. And we want to suggest and let all the residents remember that both community forums pointed to the second homes and the illegal vacation rental as the problem, not the licensed vacation rentals. This ordinance allows us to fund that. The licensed vacation rentals will fund that enforcement effort. We want the city council to reinforce that these ordinances for disturbance in a property apply to all, and that includes the bad use of second homes, and they're subject to the same fines for disturbance. And we, as an entity in the city, and we will ask the other professional managers to support this ordinance to the Coastal Commission to ensure a speedy approval.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Next public comment, Zeke?
Okay, and next online is Terry Frank, and you are online.
Welcome, Terry. Terry, are you there?
Terry, you have to unmute yourself.
Terry, can you hear me? Need to unmute.
Terry seems to be unmuted. Are you there, Terry?
Okay, Zeke, let's go to the next caller and see if Terry will call back in.
All right. And the next caller will be Berlin, and you're on the line.
Hi, thank you very much for taking my request to speak. I have a couple questions in regards to apartments being excluded from vacation permits. The first one, I'd like to clarify that if we already have a permit and we are an apartment complex, that we get to maintain that under the grandfathered in permits. I would like for everyone to realize that what we have is a family complex of 5 units. And we've taken one of those units and we have turned it into for our family to use. I live in San Luis Obispo and I'm in Morro Bay every weekend training on the water. Quite often we stay out there so I can paddle Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday. And my husband can still come back into San Luis and play golf and zip back out there. When we're not using it, we do rent it out. The income we make from that rental has allowed us to keep some of our long-term 20-plus year tenants' rent very low, way below market value. And if my permit was taken away, I would have to increase those people's rent because I'm still going to keep that unit for our use. And so I just want you to realize that that income that comes in is very valuable in maintaining affordable housing out there And we're on site once or twice a week, and we have a great relationship with our neighbors. The tenants that are there know we're coming and going. We have had a problem tenant. The state of California makes it very, very difficult to get rid of tenants once they move in, no matter how difficult or problematic they are for the neighbors. But because we are on site, that gentleman opted to move out, and we've been able to replace him with a very cohesive group. And so I just want you to rethink or explain to me maybe why apartment complexes were removed from the option to have a vacation rental permit. It doesn't sound like there's that many of them. I think they said there was 5, and that included condos. So anyways, that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Okay, let's see if Terry Frank is on the line again. Terry, are you there? Hello, Terry. Oh, I see you're unmuted. Can you speak to us? Well, I guess not, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Anybody else?
All right. Next is David Zepp. And David, you are on the line.
Welcome, David.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, this is David Zepp. I live in Morro Bay and operate an STR. City council members, I support the ordinance as it's drafted, and I just wanted to call in and thank you for your efforts in finding a compromise amongst all stakeholders that will work for Morro Bay's tourist economy. I really appreciate your efforts. Thanks so much. That's it.
Thank you. Next caller, Zeke.
Okay, next on the line will be Maggie Jurin. And Maggie, you are on the line.
Welcome, Maggie.
Hi, Mayor and council members. I wasn't going to say anything, but you know me, I always have a few things to add. So, and they're going to be just random thoughts. On the ADU, I did think out of the committee, and let me introduce myself. I did serve on the ad hoc committee. I thought we had at one point, and it was actually in the ordinance, that we were going to allow the existing ADUs to continue. So I'm not sure how this got introduced, and I saw someone write in a letter that proved that the new regulations really speak to newly developed versus existing. So I would really ask the council to reconsider and to consider grandfathering those ADUs that currently have licenses. I just want a word of warning, and I understand and where the community is coming from, but on unlimited home shares, understand that that's going to be a harder thing to validate that someone is actually present there. And this is much more so than unhosted vacation rentals. This is direct competition to the hotels, where 1 and 2 people are coming with or without some kitchen privileges, et cetera, et cetera. So I understand the community's desire to help their neighbors and be able to have additional income, and I support that as well. But I do warn everyone that unlimited cap and unlimited allowance of that could eventually become an issue. I want to address something that Council Member Heller said, where he said he did not feel like there was much in the ordinance that guaranteed quality of life. And I just come from a very different perspective on that. When I look at the fact that there's on-site parking, there's signs required, there's fines, as Scott Collins did an amazing job of outlining all the things that are. So from a vacation rental management company, we feel like we're giving a lot on this. There's huge permit fees that we're going to be paying, our owners are going to be paying. So I have to disagree. I think this ordinance has done an amazing job in giving the community a way to address this issue. And just one last thing real quick on the 175 linear. If it was going to be, as Susan Stewart mentioned, 175 radial, then that should have been the rule instead of the 3 plus 3. But there's such a variance. The reason the committee ended up going with the 3 home lot is because the great difference between lot size and everything in the city. I strongly disagree with the radial 175. Thank you.
Next public comment, Zeke.
Okay, and next one is Kristen Hartland. Kristen, you're on the line.
It's great you can be drinking wine while you're talking.
Anything you may want to give.
Okay.
Kristen,
Good evening. When this is over, I got stories.
Kristen, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, City Council and staff. My name is Kristen Hedlund. I've lived in Morro Bay for over 30 years. I'm in North Morro Bay. I'm very concerned about vacation rentals. I've been following this for a while. I would like to say that I kind of endorse everything that Jeff Heller had questions regarding. I think that the advisory board that was put together with citizens, they did a great job, but it appears to me that it has kind of shifted away from what they've recommended. And for myself, I have lived here with vacation rentals all around me, and I was hoping that for my community in North Morro Bay that we would be able to have a little bit of a respite from vacation rentals and maybe have, okay, we can accept them being across, as I have across the street from me. There's been one for 7 years, but I understand we will have vacation rentals, but at the same time, I think that we should be able to, the community, the neighborhood should understand, well, that person will only be there for me. The vacation rental will only be licensed for, say, 3 years, and then that permit will go to somebody else. So it's just a matter of a waiting game. But it appears that it is not going in that direction. And so for myself, this whole 175 linear footage in Morro Bay, where I live, our lots are 40 by 60. So every fourth house could be a vacation rental. I've had one up the street, one down the street, one directly across the street. And I do believe that the neighborhoods should be entitled to have a neighborhood environment and not one in which 3 times a week you have some stranger and the multiple cars showing up and you don't know who they are, and every once in a while you have to deal with a bad character and the owner does not respond. I do know that we have a Airbnb, a hosted one down the street, and they are very respectable. There are no problems. I am endorsing the hosted vacation rentals, and I'm kind of disappointed the direction that the city council is going in favor of vacation rentals in our community. And those are my comments for this evening, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Kristen. Next public comment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the last one with their hand raised is Terry Frank. Shall we try again? Please, if you could, you seem to be unmuted. If you can speak, you are on the line.
Terry, are you there?
Doesn't appear that it's going to work out. I'm sorry to hear that.
Okay, sorry. Any others in the queue?
None with their hands raised at this time.
Okay, thanks. We will go ahead and close public comment. I will close this public hearing on item B-1. Bring it back to council for discussion. We do have an ordinance before us that is the result of several years of work by actually several subcommittees of the council that were charged with obtaining a broad amount of public input and public comment using various methodologies, including public meetings prior to the pandemic, the written surveys that the city has used. There have been the convening of an appointed citizens committee representing cross-functional individuals that had great inputs with regard to the creation of this ordinance. As a result of that committee's recommendation, there was extensive review by the Planning Commission at 2 meetings, and recommendations came out of that. Public hearings were held and public comment was taken. In addition to that, our TBID board also had a meeting and considered this and made recommendations. And again, public comment was heard at that meeting. And then at our last city council meeting on September the 22nd, we reviewed the first draft of an ordinance. The council made some changes, and what you have before us tonight is the culmination of literally 3.5 years of extensive work, extensive input by our community members, and an extensive amount of work on the part of staff. And I want to thank staff, especially Mr. Collins, for convening the public group, the committee that was charged with looking at this. I want to thank our Planning Commission. I also want to thank our TBID board and all of you who have called in on multiple occasions to offer inputs regarding this ordinance. I'm going to open it up for council, basically comments and direction. I'm going to start, Councilmember Davis, with you and ask you to first address the issue that you were looking for clarification regarding, and that is on page 104, page 105 of the staff report regarding the grandfathering of ADUs and what your intent was. And then I can comment, and maybe others can comment on what we believe that intent was. So that, and then other comments, sir, please.
Sure. My concern about the doing, let me back up. When I argued the case for grandfathering in existing STRs, I intended for that grandfathering to be for all units, including ADUs. Staff had a different understanding, and so the ordinance, the draft ordinance that came before us tonight, excluded excluded ADUs from the grandfathering. So I guess I just am asking the other council members who supported grandfathering 3 weeks ago what their understanding was, and certainly I accept the will of the majority. I just would like to know what everyone else thought.
And what I'll do, Councilmember Davis, is as each council member makes their comments, I'll specifically ask them first to comment on that issue. So for you, basically your intent, as you've stated, is that grandfathering was to include ADUs.
That is correct.
Okay.
There were a few questions that staff had as well.
I can direct you to page 104 of the staff report and maybe get your comments or thoughts on the council question regarding the issue of multifamily developments in residential zones and not commercial or mixed zones. And the question really is, should section 1741.040C be revised to apply the same density limitation noted below to multifamily projects located in commercial and mixed-use zones? Your thoughts?
Yes, I do want to close that loophole.
Okay, so you agree with that on page 104. I'll note that down. Okay.
And then there was the linear separation of 175 feet. And Susan Stewart and Marlis raised the discussion about whether that should be a 170-foot radius, and I agree with that.
Okay, so 175-foot radius. Okay.
And
then let me look through here and see if there were any specific questions. And then any other comments regarding areas of the existing ordinance that we have before us tonight that you wanted to comment on or make recommendations regarding?
No, I think I'm okay with the rest of the ordinance, but I'll wait to hear the discussion from the rest of council.
Great, thank you so much for that. Council Member Addis, please. So if you'll weigh in first, Councilmember Addis, on your sense of the inclusion of ADUs in grandfathering.
Yeah, my thinking was that ADUs would be part of the grandfathering, not separate.
All right, and then go ahead. The other two.
Oh, you go ahead.
Then page 104 regarding the multifamily projects located in commercial and mixed zones. Do you agree with Councilmember Davis? Sorry.
I do think that section should be revised to apply the same density limitations that are located in commercial and mixed-use zones.
Okay. And then the third. Sorry.
No, you go.
The third item was the issue of the 175-foot radius. Councilmember Davis alluded to comments made during the questioning, and the revision to make the buffer zone 175-foot radius.
I think that's fine.
Okay. And
then I wanted to comment on the noise. Oh, you go.
No, and other comments. I'll let you open it up.
Yeah, on the noise ordinance, I would agree that it should just refer to the municipal code instead of repeating a specific time. I think that'll save time and work in the future. Rather than this vacation rental ordinance specifying 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., it should just have language that aligns this noise ordinance with whatever the municipal code says.
Okay, got that.
And then I did have a question about the visible and legible. I agreed with Councilmember Heller that I guess we would want to assume that everybody would agree on what visible and legible is. I appreciate that the city will have a sign format, and I just wanted to put forward a required minimum font size. I can't remember if the sign itself has a specific size. I think that it did, but I don't know if it specifies font size, and I think it would be fairly easy to determine, I don't know, what font size could generally be seen from the curb. I'm not tied to it, but I think it could be one solution if council agrees to that.
Okay, got that. Other comments?
I think the rest of the ordinance, I feel comfortable. As you described, we've had numerous groups look at this. We had over 500 emails by my count. Last time we talked about this, we had another slew of emails that came in the last few days. So I was very happy to see how much the public is invested in talking about this and sharing their opinions. Now it's back in front of us, and it'll be back again. So I feel like the process has been a good one, and it's something, what we have now is something that I'm supportive of, and I do think it brings the right balance between neighborhood compatibility and economic development that we've needed in the city and private interests. So I appreciate all the work that staff has done to get this to the point it's at, and the community members and folks that have literally spent hours of their life putting this together.
Great. Thank you for those comments. Very much appreciated. Councilmember Heller, sir. If I may start with those first three issues, just to get your feelings on that. The first was your recollection of inclusion of ADUs in grandfathering.
Yeah, thank you. So my understanding of ADUs that they became legal and actually encouraged in California to help deal with our housing affordability crisis, which I think we've talked about a lot. Subsequently, I was told that it is against state law to use ADUs as short-term vacation rentals, because that was not the intention coming from Sacramento to allow people who were fortunate enough to be able to build one on their property to make money. These ADUs were not intended for the short-term rental purpose, and it's my understanding it's against the state law if we do that. How can we grandfather these in? Isn't that a violation of the law?
May I just stop and ask staff to comment on that? I think there was a date. Chris, can you comment on the legality of that, just so that we're all clear?
Yes. Actually, state law is inconsistent on this point. So the government code was recently amended to provide that a local government shall require the rental of ADUs will be for longer than 30 days. Now, that was a new addition to the government code. It's actually section 65852.2E4, if anyone wants to reference it. But that same government code also says that if a city adopts a local ordinance, that they may require restrictions on the rentals of ADUs. And so this inconsistency is something that the HCD, Housing and Community Development, which staff has relied upon to date, they basically said that a local ordinance can't restrict that a local ordinance can't allow STRs in ADUs. But interestingly, there's a Coastal Commission report from March of this year commenting on this new government code law that said it's just flat out inconsistent. And so where we are right now is it looks like the legislature does want to preserve ADUs as short-term housing and not have them used as STRs. But at least the Coastal Commission right now is saying that as the law is currently written, if you pass a local ordinance, the council can allow ADUs to be STRs. So I wish there was a clearer answer. Typically staff will rely on housing and community development for questions like this, but this issue did come up, so I did a little further research. Turns out the Coastal Commission thinks that it's inconsistent. So technically under the law, it's inconsistent. I think the legislature is intending exactly what Councilman Heller is stating, but I think that a city could reasonably allow ADUs as STRs, at least as the law is currently written. The law could change, of course.
I'm glad I didn't go to law school, because I could never keep up with all that. So my position on grandfathering is that in the midst of a housing crisis, ADUs need to be available for long-term rentals, and we should not grandfather them.
Great, thank you for that. And then if I could call your attention to page 104 with regard to the issue of multifamily developments in commercial and mixed zones.
And what's the question there, Mayor?
The question is, should the section be revised to apply the same density limitation noted to multifamily projects located in commercial and mixed zones? Yeah.
Gotcha. So I'm opposed to allowing multifamily units to be used as short-term rentals for the same reason that I'm opposed that ADUs be used for short-term rentals. We have a housing crisis in California. It makes no sense to me to allow people to use them for that purpose when they need to be, when we have such a demand for housing and such a short supply for people who just want to try and live here. So that's my position on that.
And then any comments on the discussion on the radius of the buffer, 175 foot. Go ahead, yes.
First of all, I don't think the radius will be applied in my lifetime, to be honest with you. I'm so disappointed with this ordinance. But having said that, Susan Stewart's comments were spot on. The radius is an important part of the definition of the separation if it ever does get applied.
So you would support that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then any other comments on other sections?
I think I've made my comments pretty clear. I'm very disappointed in the ordinance. The subject line does nothing or very little to protect the quality and character of our neighborhoods. And very good, well-intended people have spent thousands of hours trying to communicate that to us, and we have failed them, in my opinion.
Thank you for your comments. Very much appreciated. Council Member McPherson, take the same order and then allow you to open it up. If you could comment first on the ADU grandfathering issue.
Actually, I have another question that came up in this discussion that I would like to ask either Scott Graham or maybe Chris. And it pertains to, this is page 8, about multifamily developments in residential zones. And we include this restriction about how many. And then it ends with this addition, notwithstanding the foregoing, apartments and apartment houses shall not be allowed as STRs. Now, is there a definition of an apartment building? Is it a certain number of units? What's the difference between an apartment and a multifamily development?
The zoning code provides for the definitions of multifamily, and expressly it defines, let's see here, it defines apartments, apartment houses, condominiums. I believe multifamily dwelling is a creation of this ordinance. Scott Graham might be able to weigh in, but multifamily dwelling is a catch-all term that I think we've put into this ordinance to capture anything that is more than a single-family home. So we've defined it as 2 or more attached dwellings, such as an apartment, a condo building, duplex, triplex, fourplex, townhouse, etc. Is that accurate, Scott?
My understanding, yes.
Okay. So multifamily is a term we designed for this ordinance to be a catch-all for anything other than a single-family home.
So what is the definition then of an apartment building?
Let me see, I can pull that up in the zoning code.
Scott Graham?
I'm pulling up the ordinance right now. Sorry.
Yeah, so an apartment is a room or suite of rooms with a single kitchen, which is occupied or which is intended or designed to be occupied by one family for living and sleeping purposes. But more importantly, an apartment house means one or more buildings or portions thereof, which are designed, built, rented, leased, let, or hired out to be occupied, or which are occupied as the homes or residences of 3 or more families living independently of each other in the building. So rather than keep using all the different terms for basically what are multifamily housing, the ordinance takes that term and includes anything really that isn't a single family house, is my understanding of how this is supposed to work. If that's accurate, Scott?
I agree with that, yes.
Okay. So then is there an inconsistency in our suggesting that multifamily developments, and we have these certain restrictions on no more than so many in multi-units, fewer than 8 have no more than 1 unit, and then we say notwithstanding the foregoing, apartments and apartment houses shall not be allowed? Is that inconsistent then?
No, as a matter of policy, it isn't. The addition of the prohibition on apartments or apartment houses being used as STRs in residential zones was something that came out of the last council meeting. So as it stands right now, the way that the ordinance is presented for introduction, multifamily homes, which do not include in this section apartments, have this 1/8 restriction. But if you're an apartment in a residential zone, you just can't have an STR. And then you can see section E lower down on page 8. That then applies the 1/8 restriction to just apartments in the non-residential zones.
Commercial zones, yeah.
Yeah, so basically apartments are getting more restrictions than any other type of multifamily housing.
So this person who called in and has 5 units, she's not a multifamily development then. She's an apartment. She has an apartment house. She had 5 units, she said, and one was being.
Called in, yes.
Yes.
So is your question, could she legally have 1 unit based on?
Exactly.
Yeah, with the 1-to-8 ratio. And my assumption, I'll let staff answer, but my assumption is that would be allowed. In other words, if there are less than 8 units, would there be 1 unit allowed to be an STR?
Well, it depends. If she's in the residential zone, then and it's an apartment, then no. But if it's in the commercial or mixed use, I don't recall if we know whether this apartment is in what zone it's in. I don't know.
I don't think she mentioned that.
Okay. Because the way this is written based upon last council meeting is that if you're an apartment building and you're in a residential zone, you can't have an STR. My understanding is that is to promote affordable housing.
Right.
If you're an apartment building and you're in a mixed use or you're in a commercial zone, then you're subject to the 1/8 restriction. As opposed to if you're any other type of multifamily housing, in residential, you're subject to the 1/8. In mixed use or commercial, there are no restrictions.
So where the 1/8 would be allowable, if you had less than 8 units, would you be allowed to have 1? For instance, as she said, she has 5 units. If it were in the allowable commercial zone, would the ordinance not indicate that 1 unit would be allowed?
So if the building she's referring to as an apartment building actually falls under the definition of a condominium, a duplex, triplex, fourplex, or townhouse, then yes. If it falls under the definition of apartment house, as the zoning code uses it, then no. Okay. Unfortunately, I mean, she's calling it an apartment building, but it very well could be a fourplex.
Right.
I don't know.
Well, it's 5 units.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, it just seems a little inconsistent, difficult to understand for somebody, who happens to live in a building like that, what rules apply here. That's all I'm trying to point out.
Sure. What one solution, just that can be done on the floor tonight is, the difference. Taking apartments and separating them out from the multifamily dwelling definition, is one solution. But it seems the intent is that if you have what is traditionally known as an apartment building, where there's like 10 or 20 units in one building, and you don't have a breezeway, but you have an interior hall, then that traditional notion of an apartment unit, it seemed council wanted to make sure they weren't used as STRs because that should be affordable housing. But if you actually have, a fourplex or a fiveplex, and they're condos, then you're subject to the 1/8. I wish we knew more about this specific person's.
So we could say that apartment buildings of 8 or more units are not allowed to have. Could we do that?
Sure. That works. That's all a matter of policy. For the restrictions here on page 8, we could just simply say, notwithstanding the foregoing, apartments and apartment houses, with 8 or more units, shall not be allowed as short-term vacation rentals in residential zones. And then to apply that to the mixed use and commercial zones, same thing. We would say apartments and apartment houses, with 8 or more units in mixed zones and commercial zones are subject to the 12.5% 1/8 density restrictions.
Okay.
This is a function of what we would colloquially say is an apartment building. Actually, under the zoning code, rightly so, is often broken up into different types of housing, so we can be more precise in what the zoning code is dealing with. Because what one person calls an apartment is actually a condominium, et cetera.
Right. Well, I think I would like to make that change. So I'm going to suggest that first. And then I'm
going to get this down, Councilmember McPherson, since I'm the note taker. You're on page 114 of the staff report, section E.
Section C.
Section C now, because we were
Yeah, and it's page 8 of the ordinance.
Right. Chris, were you referring to section E, I thought?
Yeah, I'm referring to both section C and E of section 17.41.040. And so to capture that suggestion, on section C, where there's the redlining at the end, it would now say, notwithstanding the foregoing, apartments and apartment houses, and here comes the new language, comma, with 8 or more units, comma, and then it continues, shall not be allowed as short-term vacation rentals in residential zones. Okay. And likewise on E, we would do the same thing. It says apartments and mixed-use zones or commercial zones, period. And it currently says apartments and apartment houses, and we would add, comma, with 8 or more units, comma, and then it would continue to read, in mixed-use zones or commercial zones are subject to, et cetera, et cetera.
I just wanted to make sure we captured both sections, so thank you.
And assuming that we have multiple minor changes we're making on the floor tonight, I'll keep note of them, and we'll make sure we read them all consistently into the record at the end.
That helps me.
Where there's a possible motion for introduction.
Councilmember McPherson, could you address the question that Councilmember Davis asked about grandfathering in ADUs? Was it your assumption that his motion and discussion at the last council meeting included the grandfathering of ADU units?
Actually, it was not. And I think it's because, I had my own proposal on grandfathering, which was slightly different. And I really thought that when we were grandfathering, it was mostly based on the density requirements, not everybody that because I agree with Mr. Heller that ADUs really are supposed to be maintained for long-term rentals. Now, I could go along. I know we don't have very many of those, and I don't know what the circumstances are, but I could go along with grandfathering them if we call them full house rentals, and they're included in the cap. I would not want to see them considered, and I really do think, since they have they have all the facilities of a house, they could be legitimately considered that.
Okay. And then the third piece was the page 104 issue.
Yes, I agree with the staff recommendation.
Okay, good. Now, any other comments? And I'm sorry.
The 175 radius, yes.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do, because that's what I thought it was. I thought that's what we agreed to last week or last session.
Any other issues?
Yes, the noise ordinance. I would like to see it changed to say that they shall comply with the city's noise ordinance. And if you wanted to add currently defined as in parentheses, that would be fine. But otherwise, that's not necessary.
Okay.
I know that the other issue that's come up is honoring contracts if we have more than 10 persons. And by the way, I do agree with the 10-person limit that we talked about last week, but I'm certainly willing, and I don't know if we do that in the ordinance or in some other way, that we would honor any existing contracts that involve more than 10 people in a unit.
Okay, so I've got that note, and I know where that came from. Okay.
Yeah, and I just want to also add. I mean, I was a member of the ad hoc committee, and I know how hard everybody's worked on this issue, and we always knew it was going to have to be a compromise, and that not everybody was going to be happy. In fact, we knew a lot of people were going to be unhappy, and so I'm not surprised that a lot of people are unhappy with what we've done, but we have to respect all of the input that we've gotten. And I might add, one of the reasons that I was persuaded to allow grandfathering, I do think that some will go away through attrition. Some people will decide that they don't want to continue doing it. Some of those folks who said they bought it because they want to retire in it will eventually retire. So, and any new permits that are issued will have to adhere to all of the requirements in the existing ordinance. So I think over time, we will get to a much better place. I also think that the council, after a year of having experienced the ordinance, so after it actually takes effect, really needs to get back together together and evaluate how well it's working. And so I'm really hopeful that all of our council members can get on board with what we passed tonight, in part to send a message to the Coastal Commission about how hard this community has worked to get input from every possible source. And I might also add that the Chamber of Commerce, they also recommended grandfathering, and I know that that influenced me as well as I'm sure other council members. So those are things, it's a compromise. That's all I can say at the end here.
And Councilmember McPherson, since you brought it up, the issue of the 10-person limit, but you're suggesting that we honor existing contracts. I believe I'm looking back at public comment, and the public comment was to allow the existing contracts for a period of 60 to 120 days.
Yes, that would be fine.
Okay. And then the other part was the non-transfer of licenses, allowing any existing contracts for a vacation rental that underwent a transfer to allow a 60 to 120 day, again, existing contract allowance clause.
That to me is getting into the terms of a sale. If there's a sale underway, I'm assuming that whoever is buying the property is going to have a say in, what's allowed in that house. So, and when they're going to take possession. So I don't think we should get involved in that.
Okay. Good. I just wanted to make sure I did that. All right. Any other comments?
I think that's it.
Okay. So thank you all. A great, robust process and conversation. I appreciate it. Chris, since you're taking...
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry to interrupt you. Okay. May I add one more thing? Just after listening to everybody, I just wanted to mention about ADUs. For me, one of the reasons for grandfathering has to do with ADUs are actually sometimes a pathway to home ownership. And when we think about housing, we need to be thinking beyond just multifamily housing. We need to be thinking about how are we going to help folks get into home ownership. It's a pathway out of poverty. It's good for our neighborhoods to have more home ownership. And in my mind, ADUs have a role to play in that. But I would also agree with Councilmember McPherson that should council decide to grandfather ADUs, that they should be part of the cap, not in addition to the cap.
Okay, great comment. Thank you. So you would agree that ADUs, and pardon me, Mr. Graham, did you say we had approximately 10 existing in the city at present?
That's correct.
Okay. So given that, Councilmember Addis, what you're saying is that you would support ADU grandfathering if they were included as part of the 175 cap?
Yes, I still support the grandfathering, but I'm glad that Councilmember McPherson brought up that idea of they should be included in the cap.
Thank you. Okay.
I would agree with that.
Okay, thanks for that comment. Chris, I know you're taking notes, so I'll give you my comments. First, I also agree with the ADUs being allowed to be grandfathered in for the existing units, only if they're part of the cap at 175. So it appears that we have at least 3 council members that support that. So I'm coming up with consensus for that. I believe there was uniform agreement, except for Councilmember Heller, on page 104 question. 104, the question there. I agree with the staff recommendation and the other council members. On the 175-foot buffer, I agree that it should be changed to radius and would support the other council member majority, including Councilmember Heller, on that. And the noise ordinance, I don't know if we can on the fly change the language, but rather than putting in specifics, if we could just suggest that in the ordinance that it is compliant with the current noise ordinance. If we can do that language on the fly, I would support that so that we don't have to come back another time. Councilmember Addis made a comment with regard to font. I believe that could be an administrative policy. Mr. Graham, I'll look to you. Does it have to be part of the ordinance? I do concur with it, but does it have to be part of the ordinance, or would it be policy?
Certainly, it's up to the discretion of the council whether you want it to be, but I mean, the idea would be that we would come up with standards and requirements that work. We could certainly bring that back to council if you want and show you what we came up with. In fact, when I first came up with the sign designs for the public hearing signage that we use, I brought that to council to show it to you. It wasn't really for, getting the okay. I just wanted to make sure you didn't hate it when I did it. So we could do something along those lines or bring it back just for your approval. Happy to do either one.
Councilmember Addis, would that be adequate for you if we brought it back and didn't change the language on the fly?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd love to see it. I don't necessarily need to approve, but I like the idea of council getting to put our eyes on it before it goes out to the public.
Good. Well, I didn't want to miss it, so I wanted to make sure I captured it, and I would agree with that. And I'm trying to see if there were other issues. Councilmember McPherson. I agree with you on the 10-person limit, that we keep that in the existing ordinance. I would also agree that we honor existing contracts. And I see head nods from Councilmember Addis. If I could see other heads, is that agreeable? Councilmember Davis, Councilmember Hiller?
I'm fine with that.
Okay. And Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Okay, so we have unanimous support for that, honoring existing contracts for houses that have the 10-person limit. Did I miss anything, Chris, with regard to suggested changes?
I think that covers everything. I can go through the list of the changes that I believe the consensus of the council wants, and then there might be something that I missed or I didn't properly change.
Mr. Mayor, just one comment. You might want others to weigh in on the change on the definition of an apartment building.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Chris, can you read that back?
Yes, and
page
that is one item that we might want to give some more thought to, depending on the intent. So page 8 of the ordinance, page 114 of the agenda packet, in section 17.41.040, section C and E deal with apartments and multifamily dwellings. Section C provides that multifamily dwellings are subject to the 1/8 rule. And if you have less than 8 units, then you get one. And then it goes on to say, but you can't have apartment or apartment houses in residential zones with STRs, period. My understanding is that we wanted to allow apartments buildings, I guess, no matter how big or small, to have just one STR in them. So the way we set it up was, notwithstanding the foregoing, apartments and apartment houses, comma, with 8 or more units shall not be allowed as short-term vacation rentals. So do we want to make it so if you have 7 or less units, you get one STR, but if you have 8 or more, you don't get any STRs? Or do we want to just say an apartment building, big or small, you can have one STR in it? In residential.
Yeah, Councilmember McPherson, you want to weigh in?
It's this, we have what to me is confusing language when we use the term multifamily developments in residential zones, and we talk about the restrictions on if you have 8 or more units, only 1/8 can be used, and if you have fewer than 8, you can have 1, and then we exclude apartment buildings. And so I would somehow like to clarify that language so that
Well, one solution is to just take out the extra sentence that was put into C. Right. So to keep it simple, if you're in residential and you're multifamily, which includes duplexes, triplexes, condos, apartment buildings, any multifamily, you're subject to the 1/8 rule. That's one solution, and that's simple.
Yes, and then if you have fewer than 8, you're only allowed 1.
Yes.
Yes. Well, that would be fine with me.
Okay, because then all we do is on page 8 or 114 of the agenda packet, we're just going to strike that red line that is on section C. Just take that out. And then the question is on E. It sounds like council wanted to keep the restriction on in mixed use zones or commercial zones, apartments are subject to the 1/8 rule, but all other multifamily can, have STRs as they wish. With the intent of keeping apartments as affordable housing is why we would do that in the first place, I guess.
Councilmember McPherson, was that your intent?
Actually, I hadn't looked at that one, so it wasn't my intent. I think we should say multi-family developments are subject to the same rule. Isn't that what we just did by what you had asked?
Well, backing up, council before had said that there was going to be different rules whether you're in a residential zone or you're not. And so for residential zones, if you're multifamily, you can you follow the 1/8 rule. And then pursuant to council direction from the last meeting, section E was added, which in non-residential, if you're a multifamily, you're allowed to do as many STRs as you want, but with this addition with E, except for if you're an apartment building, then you're subject to the 1/8 rule.
But we changed that. We just tonight changed that to say the same restrictions apply.
That depends on the zones.
Well, you see, C refers to multifamily developments in residential zones. E is apartments in mixed use zones or commercial zones.
Right, but the question that was asked of us tonight, it was on page 104. In reviewing the ordinance language related to the above requested, staff identified that multifamily limitation only applies to multifamily developments in residential zones and not commercial and mixed use zones. So we changed that to say it does apply.
That's correct.
So really, the same restrictions apply across the board. Is that correct? That's my understanding of what we've done now.
Mr. Graham?
Well, I have one thought, and that is to simplify this, would it not make sense to include apartments and apartment houses under the multifamily definition?
Yes. That's
a lot easier.
Yep.
Let's see.
Apply the standard equally to all of those things.
Yeah, apartment is currently in multifamily dwelling, the definition.
Yeah.
So backing up then, for residential zones, it's clear. We have a 1/8 restriction on all multifamily. For mixed and commercial, what is the consensus from council on whether we apply the 1/8 rule to any of the multifamily, to all of it, to just apartments?
We say all of them.
In C, multifamily developments in residential zones, no more than 1/8 of the total units in a residential zone can be operated as a short-term vacation rental.
Yes.
That's what we're saying. Right?
And also, I think the same, if it's less than 8 units, only 1. So in other words, we're applying the same standard across all zones for multi-family units.
That certainly can be done, but the policy before was to basically not have density or buffer restrictions outside of residential. So we could certainly do that, but that seems to be, I mean, it's a policy change. I mean, it's no big deal. I mean, we can do that. That's fine.
So,
can I ask a question, Mayor?
Sure.
if it's one and there's less than 8, does that mean if it's a duplex, then half a duplex in a commercial zone, and I don't even know if we have duplexes in a commercial zone, that one of the 2 units could be a vacation rental? I don't know the smallest number of units that constitutes a multifamily unit in a commercial zone.
Yeah, what it says is multifamily dwellings that fewer than 8 units shall have no more than 1 unit operating as a short-term vacation rental. So if it's less than 8, only 1 unit, according to C on page 8, can be operated as a short-term vacation rental. So if it were 5, 4, 3, or 2, only
okay.
1. Yeah. Am I reading that correctly? Chris, I'm on C.
Yes, that is correct. So if it's a duplex, 1 can be an STR. If it's a triplex, 1 can be an STR, so on and so forth. So
in a commercial zone, as long as it's in a commercial zone.
Well, this
and if it's in a
is a residential zone.
Yeah. So if council wants to apply the 1/8 rule to all zones, then that's simple enough. We would just change C to multifamily developments, period. No more than 1/8 of the total units of a multifamily development dwelling in any zone, blah, blah, blah. And then we'd strike out E. But I mean, if that's what council wants to do we want the 1/8 rule in all zones or just residential? Just residential. Okay.
I would like just residential.
Okay. And then the second question then is for E, outside of the residential zones, do we want the 1/8 rule to apply to apartments or just not have it apply to any multifamily outside of residential?
Are we going to have a formal vote on these things, or?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to miss
We're just trying
the vote here.
Clarify the language.
Okay. Thank you.
I believe. Go ahead.
You're going to have to clarify for me what we just agreed to when we agreed to the staff recommendation that we apply the same 1/8 rule in commercial and mixed use zones. Isn't that what you recommended that we do?
That was the question in the staff report that referred to. In reviewing the ordinance language noted in the above requested revision, staff identified that the multifamily limitation in section 1741.040C only applies to multifamily developments in residential zones and not commercial or mixed use zones. Should the section be revised to apply the same density limitation to multifamily projects located in commercial and mixed use zones? And the overwhelming consensus was yes.
Right. Yes. So it is the same requirements across all zones. That's my understanding now.
Sure. For this issue, then, my understanding is that we would delete the proposed E, and then we would change C to just multifamily developments, period. Because we're going to apply the 1/8 rule in all zones. And so C would read multifamily developments, period. No more than 12.5% or 1/8 of the total units in a multifamily dwelling in any zone can be operated as a short-term vacation rental. Multifamily dwellings of fewer than 8 units shall have no more than 1 unit operating as a short-term vacation rental. Any residentially zoned lot with a single-family dwelling and a multifamily dwelling shall also be subject to this density limitations. And then we would take out the red line. So the result of this is that it's just a simple rule. All zones, if you're a multifamily dwelling, the 1/8 rule applies. And I'll leave it to the mayor on if that's the consensus view or if whether we want to take a voice vote on that's the amendment we want.
Well, I'll just look for some head nods. Is that consistent with your understanding of what you wanted? Councilmember McPherson first.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Addis? Yes, I see a head nod. Councilmember Heller?
No.
Okay, I see a no there. I'm a head nod. And Councilmember Davis, I'm a yes. Councilmember Davis?
Sorry. I'm just wondering why we even allow any apartments to be STRs. I don't know where the 1/8 rule came from. You know, as we're discussing it just seems to be more confusing than enlightening, and it certainly flies in the face of our goal of maximizing affordable housing. So I guess I'm going to vote no.
Okay, so we have 3 head nods yes and 2 no's. All right, Chris?
Okay. I think that was the more complicated one.
Yeah, that was it. I'm looking for a full summary so that we can get to a vote. So, if you can.
So that is multifamily. That is change 1. Change 2, ADUs. So to be clear, we basically want to grandfather in, or at least the majority of the council wants to grandfather in existing ADUs, but not allow any new ADUs to be used as STRs, correct?
Right.
Okay. So to make that change, we would basically want to make 2 changes in the definitions from the proposed changes. So on page 4 of the ordinance, or page 110, for the definition of home sharing rental, we would want to, if you look at the definition of home sharing rental, we would want it to read in the second sentence, home sharing rentals include, and we want to leave in there, detached accessory dwelling units, and then say, comma, guest houses, etc. So we would not have the strikeout there. And then same thing with short-term vacation rental definition on the next page, page 5. It says short-term vacation rental means a single-family dwelling, multifamily unit, or bedroom of a primary residence, and it was stricken out accessory dwelling unit or junior accessory dwelling unit. We would just put that back in. Then we would go to page 7.
And I have to interrupt. I apologize, Chris. You're including that definition in the home share, but we want it to be not in the home sharing definition.
In the cap.
Right.
So the home sharing.
A full house.
So if an ADU is being used as a guest house under home share conditions, we still want it in the cap?
Yes, we want it in the cap. We want, so it cannot be included in the home sharing definition. It's got to be included in the cap.
Well, then we'll not make the change to home sharing.
Right.
Yeah, that was the majority concurrence.
So then we would just say a short-term vacation rental, like I mentioned before, means a single-family dwelling. This is on page 5 or 111. Short-term vacation rental means a single-family dwelling, multifamily unit, or bedroom of a primary residence, comma, we'd include accessory dwelling unit, comma, or junior accessory dwelling unit. So we would not take that out. And then on page 7, or 113 of the agenda packet, the simplest way to do this would be for N. We'd added the new language, short-term vacation rental shall not be operated out of accessory dwelling units or junior accessory dwelling units as provided in state law. What we would change it to is, notwithstanding any other provision herein, short-term vacation rentals shall not be operated out of accessory dwelling units or junior accessory dwelling units as provided in state law, comma, except as provided for in section 17.41.050A. And then that is where it all ties together for that section, non-conforming short-term vacation rentals, we just delete section B. And so now all STRs that are currently permitted now would include whether it's an ADU, whether it's single family house, et cetera. So we would strike out the new section B on 17.41.050. So basically what this does is it treats ADUs as any other STR if it's currently in existence, but it prohibits any new ADUs across the board from getting an STR permit, regardless of when permits start being issued again, which would be at some point in the future after the cap is, after permits go below the cap that we decide upon.
And they're part of the cap, obviously.
Yeah. Okay, so that's ADUs. The third change is the 175-foot radius. So we go to page 8 or page 114, section D. The way it would read now, if we want to do that, is we would delete some of this language and add some new language. So the new language would read, single family dwelling, full home, short-term vacation rentals in residential zones must be separated by a 175-foot radius, parentheses, as measured from exterior property lines, end parentheses, from any other full home, short-term vacation rental in a residential zone. And then we delete that next sentence, and then it would just continue. This limitation applies to a single family dwelling used as a full home rental, and this limitation does not apply to a single family dwelling used as a home sharing rental. We would need to add in there, this limitation applies to all ADUs.
As an add-on sentence?
Yes.
Okay.
And then keep the abutting or intervening lots with multifamily dwellings are also subject to the spacing limitations. So that would capture the 175-foot radius, which would apply to all full home, short-term vacation rentals, and all ADUs across the board.
Okay.
And then the fourth change would be noise. I think that one's pretty simple. On page 15 of the ordinance or page 121 of the agenda packet, section H, I think we would just simply delete the current language and change it to guests must comply with all local noise restrictions. Now, to be clear, the noise restrictions in the current code include chapter 9.28, which provides for restrictions on loud noise basically between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. And it expressly includes yelling, radios, etc. That section is punishable by an infraction, but if we bootstrap in noise restrictions that are anywhere in the code to this ordinance, then that means violation by guests is subject to the full range of penalties in this ordinance. So that simple sentence does a lot. Basically, it bootstraps in any noise codes that either are in the code now or show up later. And it doesn't tie us down to certain hours, et cetera.
So in H, we're deleting the whole thing.
And change it to guests must comply with all local noise restrictions.
Yeah, well, that's the last sentence there. All local.
Yes.
What are the words?
Yeah, all local.
Okay. Got it. All right.
I have a question about that, if I could chime in here.
Absolutely.
So I'm not familiar with the noise code in the city here. Is it specific, which is one of my main concerns about noise complaints in general? Does anybody happen to know off the top of their head what the noise code is?
Yeah, I have here in front of me. I took a look at it. Frankly, it was written back in 1981. It was amended at some point since then. It certainly could be clarified or redone, but there's a lot of language in chapter 9.28, and there's a section called radios and phonographs. and it says the operation of any set instrument, phonograph, machine, or device between the hours of 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. in a residential district basically can't be audible at a distance of 50 feet from where the noise is occurring. It goes on to apply the same restriction to live music. And then there's a section called yelling, shouting, etc. And it says yelling, shouting, hooting, whistling, or singing on the public streets or in any place in a residential district between the hours of 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. for an unnecessary and reasonable period of time so as to annoy or disturb the quiet, comfort, or repose of persons in any dwelling, et cetera, is prohibited. So Chapter 9.28, that's where it's all in the code. It was written about 40 years ago. It's somewhat cumbersome, but radios, live music, yelling, loudspeakers, generally annoying noise. You need to keep it down between 7 at night and 7 in the morning.
It sounds pretty good to me. I guess the question I have, and I've read it in some of the other ordinances, is that if you have a specific metric like decibels, and there are apps you can put on your iPhone that measure decibels. So let's say 50 decibels within 50 feet of the property line or something like that. Maybe we should bring that up as a future agenda item to look at that, because I'd really like to dial it in, because I think the enforcement of noise is a really tough call. I would not want to be the code enforcement officer enforcing noise complaints.
Jeff, I'll at the end we'll talk about that, but I would support that. I absolutely agree, and I was going to make the same comment on with regard to decibels.
Okay.
So, we'll bring that up as a future agenda item. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
So then I believe the council discussion on the 10-person limit was to keep it as it is, but to honor existing contracts. Is that correct, Mayor?
That's correct.
Okay. We could add a section about honoring existing contracts, or I think that staff reasonably can simply provide an exception pursuant to federal preemption of existing contracts, shall not be abridged by the city. So a simple approach would be just simply that the city has a policy and practice of, and this can't go on for too long, but if a contract has been inked now, and it allows, 15 guests to show up, that renter or the host of the vacation rental can affirmatively go to the city and say, hey, look, this contract is dated, February 2020. So for this one stay, we're going to have 15 people, just so you know. And there's the federal contract clause, which the city certainly is preempted by. So that's the simple approach. Or we could add a section that spells all that out.
If we don't have to add a section.
I don't think we do.
Then let's use the simple approach.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I believe those were the 4 changes. I might have missed something. There was the multifamily ADUs, 175-foot radius and noise. Let's see if there was anything else.
10-person limit, we got that on our existing contracts. We got the signage font issue taken care of. I don't have anything
Mayor?
else. Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt and do this, but I thought we had said no VRs in apartment buildings, multi-unit, whatever, in residential areas, and that we were saying yes to 1 out of 8 only in commercial zones. And I think I indicated the exact opposite of what I meant to say. Can we just get clarification one more time before we go forward on that?
Chris, can you go back to page, let's see. I'll find it here.
So page 8 or page 114 of the agenda packet, the restrictions that we're going to be putting on multifamily developments and apartments, it was a 3-2 vote with, I believe, Marlis, John, and Dawn in
me.
saying that we would allow apartments to have STRs on a 1/8 level, both in commercial, mixed use, and residential. and we were just going to keep it as simple as that. If that's not what Council Member Addis wants to do, then that could certainly change the numbers, and it would go from a 3-2 to a 2-3.
Yeah, I have to apologize. That's not what I want to do. I did not want to allow those in residential, and I apologize that it's taken me this long to think this over, but what I wanted was to limit them in commercial and mixed use. Make sure that it's 1 out of 8 in commercial or mixed use. I don't want unlimited there, and I don't want to give up any apartment space that's already existing in residential.
So, Chris, that would reverse the 3-2 to a 2-3?
I believe so. I believe Councilmember Heller and Councilmember Davis was not in support of relaxing the restrictions on apartments in the first place if they wanted to confirm.
That's what my note says.
Yeah.
So, okay. So then, Dawn, thanks for clarifying that. That's fine. We always want to make sure that you have clarity. That's why we're reading it back. What would we change 8-2, page 8-2, Chris?
So, we don't want any apartment buildings and residential to have STRs, but if you're in mixed use or commercial, then you're subject to the 1/8 rule. And if you're multifamily, you're subject to the 1/8 rule in all zones.
Dawn, is that your intent? Was that what you?
No, I don't think so. I don't. I guess I know we have spent more time than needed on this, but I don't think we need. My intention was not to have VRs in multifamily and residential. It was to limit them in commercial and multi-use, not to switch course on whatever we had already agreed to last time in residential. If that makes sense. I'm not trying to switch course on the restrictions we had in place, but I do want them limited in commercial. That's what I'm trying to get to.
So I think we might want to rewind and just throw out the options then and see what the full council wants to do, because this changes some of the pieces. So we have a generic 1/8 restriction on multifamily dwellings. And the question is do we want to put the 1/8 restriction on multifamily in all zones, or just residential, or just mixed use and commercial? And do we want to carve out an exception for apartments and have them be treated stricter than multifamily? I'm not really sure now what the council consensus would want.
I'll start with the first question.
Okay.
Okay. So the question is, with regard to multifamily developments in residential and or commercial zones, do we want to make the limit no more than 1/8 of the total number of units? Is that what you were? Chris, is that?
Yeah, yes. The first question is, are we going to limit multifamily to 1/8 STRs or just no STRs at all? Sounds like Councilmember Addis is saying that she wants to restrict STRs in multifamily dwellings. So Councilmember Addis, are you proposing that all multifamily dwellings just have no STRs, period, or just in residential? Or are you carving
in residential? I would like to do what we can do to protect our residential housing.
Okay, so
and I do, and
so no STRs in multifamily developments in residential, period.
Does that include a part? I guess didn't we just say apartments are multi?
Yes.
Family.
Yeah.
That's my intention, and then to limit them in commercial.
And to limit all multifamily, or to limit just apartments in mixed use and commercial?
Well, I know you already explained this, but I don't understand the difference. In my mind, apartments are a type of multifamily, so I'm not clear on what constitutes a multifamily and what constitutes an apartment? I'm still not clear on that. Is it 3 units or more that makes it an apartment, or how many units makes it as an apartment?
Mr. Graham, do you want to weigh in on helping us understand?
So I think the confusion is we're talking two apples and oranges a little bit when it comes to this. Multifamily developments is defined in the code section and includes apartments and condominiums and duplexes and all those things. And then we're also talking about zones. So where these uses can take place. So you have residential zones, we have commercial zones, and we have mixed use zones. And so the question would be, with multifamily developments, are we going to allow them subject to the 1/8 restriction in the commercial and mixed use zones?
Yes.
But not.
My answer is yes.
That's good. And then, but then we're going to use the exclusion that we'd actually written in here, I think, for the apartments and apartment houses, and say you can't have those in residential zones.
That's what I thought, is we weren't having any of them in residential.
Or we're just going to say all multifamily you can't have in residential. No multifamily.
That's what I don't understand the difference.
It's residential zoning versus commercial and mixed use zoning. So we're going to say, are we going to allow multifamily in?
Which includes apartments, correct?
Includes apartments, yeah. Multifamily, which includes apartments. Do we want to prohibit them in residential zones from being
yes.
All of those things?
Yes.
That constitute what a multifamily development is. Okay.
However, to allow them in commercial and mixed use.
With the 1/8. 1/8. Limit them, yes.
Okay.
Is that what you mean?
That's what I'm trying to get to. I don't know if that's
By the way, I think, and Scott Graham can correct me if this is inaccurate for Morro Bay's code, but to answer the question, what's the difference between an apartment building and other multifamily buildings? Typically, apartment units are rented. And typically condominium units are actually, you own it. You usually buy the condominium. So you have joint ownership in condominium units. I mean, of course you can rent condos, but it's rare that you have a property interest in an apartment building. So in short, apartment buildings are generally, the units that are rented, and it's more affordable housing.
And that's the one that I believe, Dawn, you want to protect is that affordable housing unit. Which is not.
Yeah, and to be clear, none of this changes. The grandfathering still applies, right? To all of this.
For the ADU.
If there's one that exists now in a multi-unit, that would be grandfathered in, right? Because we agreed to grandfathering.
For ADUs.
I thought we agreed to grandfathering to everything.
Well, I'm talking about the discussion this evening.
I mean, the grandfathering.
When we.
Yeah, I mean, right now, any STR permit that is valid and is in good standing would be grandfathered in. These restrictions, will apply prospectively to future uses or proposed uses.
Okay. To summarize,
that's where I'm at. Let's see what other, of my council members.
I want to make sure it's clear. I want
to say
and say that we were talking about 3 different zones: commercial, residential, and mixed use. And we're saying that for multifamily developments in commercial or mixed use, the ratio of 1:8 continues. However, no allowance in residential.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Am I feeding it back, Chris and or Scott Graham?
Yes. Councilmember Addis is proposing that in residential zones, no multifamily housing can be used as an STR, whether you're an apartment, a condo, a duplex, triplex, whatever. And in mixed use and mixed use and commercial, the 1/8 restriction applies.
Okay.
So that's the proposal.
Can I get Councilmember Davis to either give me a head nod or see if there are questions?
I will agree with Councilmember Addis. Thank you.
Councilmember McPherson?
As long as we are allowing grandfathering in of any existing non-conforming, I can agree with that.
And I think we said that with the cap and part of the cap, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, and Councilmember Heller?
I'm okay with it.
And I'm okay as well. Chris, do we have consensus now?
Yes. In fact, we have appears to be a 5-0 consensus this time. So thank you, Councilmember Addis. Now everyone's on board.
Thank you, Don, for clarifying that. It's difficult, I know, with all these this terminology. All right, was that the last issue, Chris?
Yeah, that was it. So I could go through the 4 changes now if you want to just make sure we're all on board and then have a vote.
Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask Chris and listen carefully to the changes that will be made on the fly and allow this to move forward, and ask for a motion, if you're agreeable, that would be inclusionary of what the subject matter is under recommendation, with the inclusion of the changes as stipulated and agreed to by the majority. So if that sounds reasonable, Chris, go ahead.
I think I may have one additional change. In section 1741.030.
What page?
Page 7. It's one of the edits. That's one of the red line changes, which is short-term vacation rentals shall not be operated in residential zones out of apartments or apartment houses. We sort of eliminated that differentiation, so we probably should delete that piece.
Yes. O,
correct. Yeah. O.
Okay. Everybody get that? Page 113 or 7 of the ordinance. Item O, deleted to be consistent with what we just talked about. Correct? Okay.
That's good.
Okay. Chris?
And so that change and the following change are for the multifamily restrictions. The goal of the multifamily restrictions is no STRs in residential if you're a multifamily. If you're a multifamily in mixed use or commercial, then you're subject to the 1/8 rule. And to actualize that, we take out section O of 17.41.030, and in section 17.41.040 on page 8 or 114, we would change section C to read as follows: multifamily developments in mixed use and commercial zones, period. No more than 12.5%, 1/8 of the total number of units in a multifamily dwelling in a mixed use or commercial zone can be operated as a short-term vacation rental. Multifamily dwellings of fewer than 8 units shall have no more than 1 unit operating as a short-term vacation rental. Any mixed use or commercially zoned lot with a single family dwelling and a multifamily dwelling shall also be subject to these density limitations. Scott Graham, does that last sentence make sense?
Any residentially zoned lot with a single family.
Any mixed use or commercially zoned lot with a single family dwelling. Do we even allow single family dwellings in mixed use and commercial?
Well, we would have existing ones. We do have existing.
Okay.
So it makes
we'll
sense.
Just keep it in.
Yeah, it's good.
And then we would change E to read multi-family developments in residential zones may not be used as short-term vacation rentals. Period.
Where do you add the grandfathering, Chris, for those?
So that would be encompassed in 17.41050 as it stands, because we're just going to keep A, which says that basically all short-term vacation rentals lawfully permitted before the effective date are not subject to the limitations of 17.41.040. And those are all the ones that we're monkeying around with right now.
Right. Did you need to add the ADU to the definition of a full home rental? since we use that to establish it's part of the cap and part of the density requirements.
I think full home rental can stay as it is, but when we get to the ADU changes, we're going to have some tweaks. Or more accurately, when we get to the 175 limit, we're going to have to change that to say that it includes all full homes and just all ADUs, no matter what the ADU does.
Right. Okay.
And so to be clear, these multifamily dwelling restrictions, it applies whether it's home share or full home, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So that is the change for multifamily. Striking out O and then making those change O on page 7, and then making those changes I just read to sections C and E on page 8 or 114. Second change is on second change is ADUs, and those changes would be the following. On page 5, for the definition of short-term vacation rental, page 5 or page 111, we're going to keep in the currently deleted phrases accessory dwelling unit or junior accessory dwelling unit. So we're just going to put that back in.
Where do you put that back in, Chris? I'm sorry.
On page 5, the definition of short-term vacation rental.
The A, okay.
Yeah, we've taken out ADU or junior accessory dwelling unit. We're just going to dump that back into the definition.
Yeah, well, I already had that change made. Okay.
Okay. And then also for ADUs, on page 7 or page 113, for N, for section 17.41.040, we're going to change N to read as follows: notwithstanding any other provision herein, comma, short-term vacation rental shall not be operated out of accessory dwelling units or junior accessory dwelling units as provided in state law, comma, except as provided for in section 17.41.050A. And then the last change for ADUs is that we are going to take out on page 11 or 132, page 9 or page 113, we're going to take out that proposed new section B, which talks about accessory dwelling units and the restrictions on it. We're just going to delete that. And
so B in its entirety is deleted on page 9.
Yes. And then section A on page 8 or 114 of what we do with nonconformings, that we just leave it as it is. And that by itself is just real simple. The nonconforming restriction stays the way it is, or the nonconforming privilege, if you will, which basically is that if your STR permit's in good standing as of the effective date, then the restrictions in the preceding section, density limitations, just don't apply. But otherwise, from now on they apply. So it grandfathers in everything.
Okay.
So that's ADUs. The next change was the 175-foot radius. So on page 7 or page 113 of the agenda packet, the way it's going to read now, section A, is the maximum. Hold on a sec here. I'm sorry. This is page 8, 114 for D, full home single family dwellings in residential zones. So that one's going to read now, full home single family dwellings in residential zones. It'll read a single family dwelling, full home short-term vacation rentals in residential zones must be separated by a 175-foot radius, parentheses, as measured from exterior property lines, parentheses, from any other full home short-term vacation rental in a residential zone. This limitation applies to a single-family dwelling used as a full home rental, and this limitation does not apply to a single-family dwelling used as a home share rental. This limitation applies to all ADUs, period. Abutting or intervening lots with multifamily dwellings are also subject to this spacing limitation.
Got it.
And the last change, which is the simplest one, is noise. That one is towards the back on page 15 or page 121 of the agenda packet. Section H will now just be the last sentence, but it will read as guests must comply with all local noise restrictions.
Correct. Got that too. And that would be the last change, correct?
Yes, and to summarize, we changed multifamily restrictions, ADU restrictions, made the 175-foot buffer, clarified it's a radius, and that's the buffer. It's 175 foot, and then we clarified the noise restriction. So there's 4 changes that are being made on the floor to the ordinance as presented tonight.
So with that, and thank you, Chris, for leading us to the right places to go and capturing this. Very much appreciated. I would entertain a motion for the recommendation and the proposed majority changes that were agreed to. 4 changes, correct?
I would like, yes, okay. I would like to make that motion. I would like to introduce and first reading of Ordinance 640, amendments to Morro Bay Municipal Code, repealing Chapter 5.47, short-term vacation rental permit, and adding Chapter 17.41, short-term vacation rentals, so as to provide regulations to protect the quality and character of our residential neighborhoods through application of density limitations, expanded permit requirements, and operational requirements, along with the recommended additional changes made this evening.
I will second that.
So we have a motion by Councilmember McPherson for the staff recommendation and the changes that were made as recorded by our city attorney, and a second by Councilmember Davis. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question, please. Roll call votes.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
No.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you all for your patience. Thank you for a great discussion and consensus on a very complicated, long process that will come back at our next meeting for the second reading. That will bring us to item number C-1, a business item, consideration of proposed Morro Bay Small Business Grant Program to be funded by California Senate Bill 1090 funds. And I'm turning it over to Ms. Callaway. And it looks like Mr. Collins and perhaps, well, those are the 2. Great. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. I didn't prepare a presentation, so it's a pretty short staff report. I'll just summarize and then answer any questions you may have. So we're recommending resolution number 9120, approving the Morro Bay Small Business Grant Program to support local businesses impacted by COVID-19 and to be funded entirely through California Senate Bill 1090 funds and provide other direction as appropriate. The proposed program budget is $100,000, again, which will be drawn entirely from Senate Bill 1090 funds, which reside in our Economic Development Fund. There will be no impact to the general fund. As council is well aware and has been discussed, both of the Business Hero program and in prior meetings around our budget and overall economic calamity resulting from COVID-19, the impacts have been significant. and across the board, touching all industries in our community. Businesses had to shutter. Some had to close entirely, never coming back. Some had to completely modify their business operations to continue operating and follow the strict adherence to social distancing and other requirements established by the state and county public health agencies. Very tough times indeed. And, the city has an opportunity to assist our business community and has done so throughout the pandemic, whether it was allowing for deferral of TOT payments or the lease payments on the harbor, waiving penalties for late fees, and a bunch of other things that we've done to extend our hand to the business community. And there's still a great need out there. When we presented the fiscal year 19-20 budget update to council in a special session on the 22nd of September, we presented what we've already done for business assistance, and council asked if we could bring back a discussion for a small grant program to assist our local businesses to help them kind of weather the storm from COVID-19. So with that direction, we brought back kind of the major components of a grant program, which a lot of ways aligns with what other cities in both our county and the state have done, utilizing economic development funds or CARES Act funding to support businesses through this challenging time. So what we're proposing is a one-time small grant for local businesses, for those businesses that clearly demonstrate that COVID-19 impacted them either in loss of revenue and or new expenses related to continuing to operate under the state and county health guidance. Those new expenses include anything like protective equipment for staff, new signage or modification of physical space, particularly for those who are operating outdoors at this time. The range of the awards that we are recommending is $2,500 to $5,000, with a total budget of $100,000, again, to be funded out of the Senate Bill 1090 funds. And for those who may be watching it from home, the Senate Bill 1090 is associated with the Diablo nuclear power plant closure, and the bill was put together to assist the cities and the county in SLO to help weather, what's going to be coming from that impact, and to drive those funds into helping to ensure we have economic vitality as the nuclear power plant goes offline and those jobs are lost. And we have found this to be a proper use of those funds, that being this grant program. So as of October 7th, 2020, we've received $637,000 from Senate Bill 1090 disbursements. We've spent some of that mainly in the support of our contract with the Chamber to provide economic development services on our behalf. So again, we're bringing this forward now based on direction from the 9/22 council meeting. We have some general parameters that we would be looking for qualifying for a grant. And again, this aligns with what we've learned from other communities. First and foremost, there's some minimal qualifications. Obviously must be located in Morro Bay, must have a current business license, must still be in business. We believe it would be best to support those small businesses, and so there's a caveat that it must be for businesses with 25 employees or less. Must be in good standing with the city and complying with state and county reopening guidelines, and in other words, no violations of the reopening guidelines. And then how we would rate the applicants would be along the following: being able to quantify impacts from COVID-19, again, whether it's in the loss of revenue compared to previous years or demonstrated expenses related to COVID-19, number of employees and jobs supported through the grant, any other assistance received from other entities, whether it's the state or federal payroll protection program and the like. We want to make sure that we're helping those who weren't able to get assistance elsewhere, and be able to demonstrate that funds would be used by the end of this calendar year. We would recommend that staff work with the chamber and a member of the CFAC, or Citizen Finance Advisory Committee, to review and score applications and ultimately award grants according to those scores. If approved, staff would make available an application online in other formats, probably by the end of the week. We'd broadcast that availability on our city website, social media, local media, and through the Chamber of Commerce's communication channels. We would recommend leaving the application period open for a couple weeks. We're not going to require a ton of information, so we don't think it'll take long for businesses to put this together. We'd expect a 1-week review period with the review committee, and then grant the awards shortly thereafter. As we know, businesses are struggling, could use money now. So again, we know businesses have been struggling with COVID-19, both in terms of revenue loss and new expenses that they didn't have to worry about prior to COVID. The city has stepped up to assist our business community, and this could be another effort to ensure the viability of our local economics in Morro Bay and businesses. So with that, I'll turn it over to council for any questions.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you for the presentation. Thanks for getting this together very quickly, too, based upon comments that we made at the last meeting. So with that, I'm going to open it up for council questions. Council Member McPherson, any questions?
I just have two very short questions. First of all, will the projects that are eligible, can they recoup expenses they've already spent, or is it going to be for monies that will be spent after they get the grant?
Yes, that would be in the section of kind of demonstrating the need. You'd be able to reimburse them for either lost revenue or expenses made on behalf of kind of COVID, modifications. We certainly want to make sure that they're using those funds to support their business. So I think it's a little bit of looking back and perspective of how those funds will be used. So I think it's both.
Okay. And will they be required to fill out a final report documenting how the funds were used?
That is an excellent suggestion. I definitely can add that.
Yeah, I would like to see that.
Yeah, good idea.
All right. Thank you. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. Then Councilmember Addis, any questions?
Yeah, if there's $100,000 and it's not given away, it's not allotted during that 2-week window of application. What happens to the rest of the money? Do we do another round? Does it just go back into that pool of funds?
Great question. Grover Beach did 2 rounds. City of San Luis Obispo and Paso had far more applicants than available proceeds. So it sort of depends on how broadly the word gets out. And we're definitely going to make our best attempt to get it out as far and wide as possible so that those funds are expended in the first round. But if we have remaining funds, we would probably come back to council and ask for direction.
Okay. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Heller, sir. Questions?
No questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
No questions.
Okay. And I just have one question. Will this have any impact on the general fund?
No, the impacts are entirely on the Economic Development Fund and the Senate Bill 1090 funds, to be precise, which are not related to the general fund.
Great. Okay. With that, I'm going to entertain a motion to maybe go past 9:30. We're getting a little close. Anybody so inclined?
I will second.
Okay, that'll be a first.
I'll
second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember McPherson, seconded by Councilmember Heller to move past 9:30. We'll take a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember McPherson?
Yes.
Councilmember Heller?
Yes.
Councilmember Addis?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
And Mayor Heading?
Yes, thank you. With that, I will go ahead and open up public comment. This is item C-1 on our agenda. If you wish to comment on this agenda item, C1, please do so now. And Zeke, do we have any callers?
Yes, sir. First caller would be Erica Crawford.
Okay.
And Erica, you are online.
Okay, thank you very much. Just some very brief comments tonight to thank the council for asking staff to come back with a grant program and to thank the staff for returning with this item so quickly. As we all know, the custom of customer service has been completely altered by the pandemic. So many of our local businesses were asked to shut down completely for a period of time. That's time that equals revenue that they will never be able to recover. Once they were allowed to reopen, things like purchasing PPE and sanitizer, increased staffing, or buying special equipment or new outdoor furnishings increased operating costs. A few of the businesses I've spoken with have indicated that the grant award amounts under council consideration would be inadequate to completely recoup those expenses, but that any help at all is help. So I wanted to thank you for considering the grant program before you tonight, indicating that this council recognizes business retention as one critical element of economic development. And I just want to sincerely thank you for all of the efforts of the city over the last 7 or 8 months, making sure that businesses feel seen as an integral part of the community, that their challenges are understood, and that they have no doubt knowing that policymakers in Morro Bay are doing their level best to support them in their fight to survive the COVID-19 pandemic. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Erica. Go ahead, Zeke, next public comment.
Mr. Mayor, at this time, we don't have anybody else in the queue with their hand raised.
Thank you. With that, I'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to council. I'll entertain a motion or further discussion, whichever you feel so inclined.
I'm ready to make a motion. I move that council adopt resolution number 91-20, approving the Morro Bay Small Business Grant Program to support local businesses impacted by COVID-19 and to be funded entirely through California Senate Bill 1090 funds.
I second.
So motion by Council Member Davis for the staff recommendation and second by Council Member McPherson. Were there any other comments or discussion? By way of discussion, I just wanted to thank staff for pulling this together so quickly. I do agree that this is a superior use of the Economic Development Fund that is intended to assist with not only new business growth, but growth of existing businesses. And I welcome the opportunity, even given our financial situation, to utilize these funds, which are earmarked for economic development, to assist our small businesses. So thanks for bringing this forward, and I'm very much in support of that. Other comments? If not, we'll take a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McPherson.
Yes.
Councilmember Addis.
Yes.
Councilmember Heller.
Yes.
And Mayor Heading.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
And thank you again, Scott, for bringing that forward, and Jen as well. We appreciate it. That brings us to item D, council declaration of future agenda items. Councilmember Heller, I believe you have one.
I do. I'm referring to an email from our former mayor, Janice Peters, regarding a situation she was in terms of having a process to appoint the next highest official in case an election happens where somebody leaves the council, which might happen this year. I'm wondering if we have a process in place or if we need to do something to enact what Ms. Peters is referring to.
Chris, just by way of comment, I believe we do have a process, but could you, I don't want to have a discussion. I just want to know if there is an existing procedure.
Yes. So if there's a vacancy in a council seat for any reason and all reasons, there's a government code that provides for a city's options. That government code says that if there is not a local ordinance, then council appoints someone, and if they don't do that in 60 days, they have to hold a special election. The government code also says that, however, a city can pass an ordinance just saying that there has to be a special election at some point. Morro Bay has a local code that says there shall be a special election. And it says that special election must be held on an established election date. And if there's a vacancy after the November election, there's only 2 established election dates that would be in the year 2021, either March or November. And until the election is held, based upon that code, council would appoint someone. To restrict council's pool of eligible candidates or to say who they must appoint, I think would be preempted by the government code, which says that council has the authority to appoint somebody. So it's kind of a long-winded answer of saying that there's government code restrictions and we have a local code. And that local code requires a special election be held that's no later than 114 days after that election is called. So it looks like there would be a special election if there's a vacancy that occurs sometime after this election. It would be in November of 2021. And until
we can't appoint anyone. We have to have the election. Is that what you're saying?
There would be somebody appointed to hold the interim seat until the special election.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. And there is a policy. So.
Okay, great.
You also, Jeff, you also wanted to agendize, I think, the noise ordinance.
The noise ordinance, I just would like to look at that a little more closely and make sure that it's updated, it's current, and has enough specific metrics in it that it will be of use to enforcing noise issues, particularly with respect to short-term vacation rentals. So
you'd like to see it agendized for future look by council?
Yeah, I would.
I support that as well. As I said earlier. Is there other support for that? It's been a while since we've really looked at that.
I'll support that.
Is that?
I will support that as well.
We have majority support for that. Any other future agenda items?
The other thing I wanted to mention is some of the information I learned from the LOCC annual conference last week. I don't know if I should just meet with Scott Collins and talk about a way to transmit what I think is useful information regarding SB 1383 and the goals we have to hit with respect to organic waste. Should I just talk with Scott about that, or should we schedule some kind of a presentation, or what are your thoughts?
If you could meet with Scott first and then maybe download the information, and then if you want to bring it forward as either part of your report or if we need to agendize it after you make that determination.
Okay. I'll get with Scott then on that. Thank you.
Anything else for the good of the evening? Okay. If not, then I will go ahead and we're adjourned. I'm trying to find out where we are. We're adjourning, by the way. Item B, adjournment. And the next regular meeting, ladies and gentlemen, of the Morro Bay City Council will be held on Tuesday, October 27th, 2020 at 5:30 p.m. via teleconference. Thank you. Be well and be safe. And thank you, Council. Have a great evening.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you, Chris.
Made it by 9:30.
Thank you.
Good night, all.